We've got Coker Pumps up here. Mr. Coker, let's talk of all things what you got going on out here at Freestone. And first and foremost, thanks for coming out and supporting the event, buddy.
Well, as most people know, we're not really a vendor, but we come and support. So we try to put money into this sport without taking any money out, because a lot of the vendors come and support. They spend a lot of money to come out here. I mean, I'm glad to see our guy Enzo out here, Texas, Freestone, to support us, help us. And a lot of the vendors do that. Memex Tire, when we come out here, they hook us up, take care of us, even though my poor boy runs Kenda's, and Rob Fox is trying to get us off of them. They still will allow that tire to be changed in their pits. We really appreciate it. All the food vendors and everybody. But my thing is I want to come up here because what we do is we hand out silver. We started it a couple years ago. You could hand a kid a $100 bill. You could hand even Elon Musk a $100 bill, and the kids will love it. Elon Musk will love it, but for about a minute. And we each want to send something, give something out that really means something from original, material or original money, and it's a symbol, right? Because most things are a symbol. You have to earn it. So we figured out silver, pretty much, especially nowadays, is worth something, and they have to earn it. So apparently, who are the regular announcers around here? Normal announcers, not the imports. Okay. JP, did you get one of these already? Okay. AZ Open. And have you gotten one? Okay. Who hasn't gotten one? Who hasn't gotten one? He's the import. So I'm messing around, but who's gotten a 5-ounce? Who's gotten a 5-ounce? Okay. Well, there's your 5-ounce. Okay, you got to earn it. We've heard you up here. You motivate these kids. Okay, now, since he's...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Coker.
So, over here, what's your name again? I forget it. I know it's Don. You're the import. So since you're the import, you get a 1-ounce coin. But I will tell you, I don't want to talk too much up here. We just want to motivate everybody. Our Yamaha guys over there, our team members coming up. We started in the beginning supporting Cobra, which was Parker Ross. From there on, we went to Ryder Ellis. From there on, went to Jaden Smart. And everybody doesn't like California, and we understand that. We're messed up over there. But in the heart of the country, it's all moto, south and north.
Yep.
And we always expand out here, and I think all California riders are really good riders because we actually venture over here.
Sure.
And don't be afraid to go over there every now and then because it's not that bad as long as you stay out of the big cities.
Moto in California is beautiful. Motocross in California is beautiful.
And anyways, here is the new swag drop. You guys can each take one.
The CP Racing Team.
Okay? That way when you get on the podium one of these days, JP, when you get on the podium again.
You see his 1999 YZ125 over at the FMF rig getting rebuilt. So JP is making a comeback. We will see him on the podium.
I'm sure we will. So what I need for you guys to do is to let me know who the Cobra riders are here, and then I'll take care of them.
Okay. We can do that.
So, anyways, I will tell you I really appreciate it. I gave away too much silver in Daytona.
Yeah.
Came out here, gave some more away. And
now
then
you got more imported in.
Yeah. Courtney always hooks us up when we come in here because we're fish out of water.
Yeah.
And when I heard she put you guys are calling us as a sponsor, I had to empty the case and had to bring more in yesterday.
We appreciate you.
All right.
Very kind gesture for you to do that for the staff and the vendors and just the riders and everything. So super, super, super cool. And great way to start the day right here. Great, great, great way to start our day. Thank you so much. Certainly appreciate it. 5 ounces of silver, JP. What are you going to do with that?
I'm not sure. I'll put it with the other piece. But you know what? The hits just keep coming, man. We got the Lynn Nickerson, Shan Garcia, JP Parsons Suite. Legends and Heroes famous.
You got your award last week at the Dallas
guy right
Supercross.
here, and now we're
5 ounces of silver richer in life.
Yeah, man, we're Silver Kings.
That's right.
Anyways, God, it's so awesome, man. I thank everybody for this, and let's go racing. Let's have some fun today.
Thank you, CP Racing Team. Yes. That's awesome.
JP, you got to melt that down, turn it into an earring.
That's right.
There you go. All right, so it looks like right now we're ready to start the opening ceremonies. So getting ready to go, Shan, for the opening ceremonies here.
Got Theodore Hughes up here in the tower with FCA. We got Theodore Hughes up here with the FCA. He will help us out with our Friday morning race day invocation to start the day. And, of course, the voice of Freestone County Raceway, Mr. Don Thornton, is here. 82 years old, cruises the Gold Wing in. A lot of respect for that man right there. And he's been doing it here for decades, since basically Freestone was invented and established. And longtime Miller family friend. Cruises down from Fairfield, Texas. About, Don, what do you say, 20 miles down the road, your home, about 20 miles roughly? Yeah, roughly. Yeah. We've had some Winter Series rounds where it's pretty cold, 40-something degrees, and he pulls in on the Gold Wing, bundled up, and he sits out there in flags, usually in flag stand number 6. So he's all in. He's all in with the sport and part of the Christian Motorcycle Association. That's the number one bragging part about Don Thornton, aside from his voice, of course. So with that, Mr. Ethan Hughes, good morning and welcome to Freestone, buddy. Great to have the Hughes family here. Theodore, yeah. Ethan's been here. It's been a long life, buddy. Ethan's been here all week. Larry stopped in yesterday, so Theodore, great to have you here, buddy.
Yeah, happy to be here, Shan. If you would, everybody, I'm with FCA Motocross, Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Let's go ahead and have our morning prayer. Heavenly Father, we are grateful to be here today. We are thankful that you have allowed the Miller family to open up their property for us to enjoy dirt bikes. I pray for safety for everyone out there today. Let us ride hard. Let us have fun. Let us be competitive. But above all, let's be safe and let's glorify you in the wins and the losses. Keep us safe today, Lord. We are thankful for this place and for dirt bikes. Amen.
Thank you, Theodore. Certainly appreciate it. Enjoy your time here this week. Theodore, are you racing or not?
No, I just got back from a broken hand, so I'll be back on a bike. Actually, got back on for the first time a week ago, so we're just going to build back.
All right, we miss you racing, and I was curious if you were healthy and ready to rock and roll yet. Don Thornton, the voice of Freestone County Raceway, good morning, my good friend, and let's knock it out of the park like you always do.
Thank you, Shan. If you would, turn toward that huge flag up here that represents the greatest nation that God ever created. Remove your hats and put your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you can rend a hand salute as we sing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Don. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful voice. Choir really paid off in 6th grade for you, I think. Choir class. Don Thornton, let's set the table here.
Wrong Don,
Don
Shan.
Collings, let's set the table here. I'm just calling everybody the wrong names.
I think they're already fired up down there. I don't know if we're going to have time. No, they've got the 2-card out on the start straight, so we'll just have to get a look at them when they make their way down.
Yep. Edwards, Pulsifer, Shields, Harrington, just to name a few of them. Dondre Roos, Sousey, Max Shanes.
Yeah, Lawton, you got Ulrich, Morrow, Gavin Moon, Lachlan Turner in this one.
Yeah, let's see where she stacks up in the field here.
Seth Creedy. So Riley Busey had a good day yesterday. So, yeah, this is Division 1 of the Schoolboy 2. Got 23 riders lined up on the gate. It looks like they've got that 2-card up in the air. We'll get a look and see who's going to open up the day with a hole shot. And Max Shane are going to start the day off with another hole shot.
It looks like the 20 is going to be in third position.
Yeah, that's Parker Shields, the 20X in third, looks like. But Max Shane, the Husqvarna Troy Lee Designs rider with that Tamer hole shot. And he started his day off that way a couple times yesterday. So Max Shane picking right up where he left off.
Yep, no big surprise here, Don Collings. Shane going to lead the pack around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree for the first moto of the morning here. Our Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17 age group, division number 1, race number 24 on the program.
And I see, looks like the rider in about fourth has got a streamer off the side of the goggle. I don't know if that's a roll-off or just a tear-off flapping on the side there. But
Don, looks like Gavin Moon there is in second position, the 99X out of Bree, California. Followed by the 24 on the Kawasaki in third position. That's going to be Wyatt Harrington.
Yeah, Parker Shields has got that roll-off streamer flying off the side of his goggles. So I don't know what there was a little miscue there with the roll-offs. He's going to have to deal with that.
And that's strange to happen so soon in the moto.
Well, you know, he must have not got the start he was looking for, got a little bit of face full of mud, tried to clear that vision, and yanked so hard he pulled the whole roll-off thing off.
You're going to hear that flapping in the on the side of the helmet. No distraction for him.
Well, you know, it'd be good is if it flapped back and distracted the rider behind him. You try to pass the guy.
Exactly.
Things whipping you in the face.
Our leaders making their way into the team cramp corner.
Yeah, nice charge up the hill here.
Oh, and one of our riders going down, just tipping over right there in the right-hand corner. So
tried that tight inside line.
Yep. Little miscue for him.
All right, Shane, here we go. Charging up to Cemetery Hill. So Shane holding the lead. Turner on the 99 in second. And there's the 24 of Wyatt Harrington third.
That's actually Gavin Moon in second there.
Oh, that is? Okay.
Yeah, we got a 99 and 99X.
Okay, didn't see the X on there. I wouldn't have been surprised to see P. Turner.
Sure. Ulrich in fourth, Riley Busey in fifth, Chase Lawton in sixth, Parker Shields seventh, Andre Roos in eighth, and Logan Edwards as well as Brady Olson round out your top 10 here on the opening lap with Camp, Creedy, Bosher, Costa, Rosiak, and Jeffrey in 17th position. And divisions, we're going to have a couple of these riders here, Don, have to go to the LCQ, the consolation race.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. You want to be top 16 out of this one. And it looks like we did not get everybody off the gate here. We looked like we had 23 originally here. So we'll have to see if we've had a few get tangled up down in the lower valley there.
Gavin Moon keeping the pressure on Max Shane, Don. He is there to capitalize on a Max Shane mistake. Unfortunately for Gavin Moon, Max Shane not prone to making mistakes here.
No, those are few and far between. As we, if yesterday was any example. So sitting over the shoulder of the number 24, Wyatt Harrington, going down the Freestone Freeway. He's going to hammer into that left-hander and see what kind of lift he can get for this triple step up. Nice clean to the downside there. Watching your rider go outside and down to the Suzuki sweeper there, Jan.
Launching off the number 8 ski jump here. Love that downhill section. One of the funnest places to go shoot video and photos as they make their way. And check it out. They're both hugging that inside line through that Loop 270, the Valley of Love.
Well, you know, right now there's probably not a lot of lines cut in that you have a chance to, so you got to try to stick to that inside.
Sure. Otherwise, you're going 30 foot wide and losing real estate.
Well, not only that, but without a real good line to link into, you might have that back end step out on you.
Love this double, triple section here.
Yeah, that's a nice addition to that climb up to the top of Cemetery Hill. So here we go. Shane through the rollers again. He's got that section dialed in, Shane.
All three of them do right there, Don. You can throw a sheet over them.
Looks like Harrington's starting to close up the gap on Moon. Riley Busey moves up a spot.
Yep. With Makai Ulrich back to 5th.
Lawton's still trying to get into the top 5.
Parker Shields in 8th position. They just keep on coming through here. Kobe Lessar in 9th. Brady Olson in 10th. Logan Edwards in 11th. Seth Creedy now moves up to 12th with Oliver Camp, Franklin Bosher, Felipe Cuerna, Costa out of Georgia back there in 15th. They got 3 names. I got to look at it.
That one's a tough one.
That's right.
Every once in a while, you see a name that just strikes fear in your heart. You're like, I'm never going to say that right.
That's right. And I want to make sure that last name's not cut off.
Yeah.
Could be Costanza.
You never know.
Never know.
George.
That's right. Jorge. Check out our leaders here. Looks like we've lost the Kawasaki in 3rd.
Yeah, looks like Harrington having some problems as we got a Yamaha moving up to that spot. So there's Shane. There's Moon. Yeah, we've had a shakeup.
Big shakeup here. Our 3rd place rider is no longer on the radar, Don. I do not see.
So Riley Busey will move to 3rd.
Don, I'm kind of taking a look around the track, kind of scouting out for Harrington, the 24 on the Kawasaki. I do not see him anywhere.
No, I don't see any yellow flags anywhere either, so we'll have to see if he comes around.
Well,
he might have just tipped it over. He might have had a mechanical issue.
Sure.
It's early, but you never know.
Unfortunate circumstance here for Harrington. He's going to find himself more than likely going to a consolation race.
Yeah. Yeah, with 20 riders on the track, you can't afford to give that kind of position up.
Well, the good news is it's 20-minute plus 1, so if he can get by about 4 or 5 riders, and he's got the speed, running that top 3 speed, he can close back in, but that's if his bike is manageable and he's manageable.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So there is no problem for the 79. He's certainly managing this race. Moon continues in 2nd. All right, here it is, the Yamaha ride. That is Riley Busey running 3rd. Ulrich to 4th, and Lawton now going to round out the top 5.
Dondre Roos still back there, the 55 on the KTM in 7th position. 6th, actually. Man, everybody climbing up one limb up the ladder. Here's the 24. Check it out, grabbing a tear off here, so he is in.
And, you know, I noticed a little bit of lump of mud on the left side of the bike, so he must have tipped it over.
Okay. He's in 14th position, so he's still going to qualify to the consolation race. And you know right now we got plenty of time, Don, for Harrington to close up and start picking up that ladder, try to get inside that top 10.
So this is Division 1 of the Schoolboy 2. We've got Division 2 off the gate next. Micro 2 Junior 4 to 6 Limited, race 25 in staging. Girls 65 to 85, race 26 down in staging. And we need race 27, the 125C riders down to staging as well. And don't forget, race 28, there will not be division racing for the 250B 12 Plus Limited. That's going to be a single gate drop.
Gavin Moon doing an outstanding job here, Don, of keeping Max Shane in check. He has not let Max Shane disappear into the future.
No, and you know, yesterday that was Max Shane's MO. He kind of just checked out, put himself a 10-second gap, and then he could kind of just manage the race out front. But not going to have that game plan going today if Gavin Moon has anything to say about it.
No, just consistently about 2.5 seconds back behind Max Shane.
So watching him charge down the hill. And again, interesting that the complexion of the track right now will kind of change up where they can go and what they can do. But these two guys are flat out hauling the mail. So let's get a look at them as they come over that FMF power wall.
Looks like Max Shane now starting to separate just a little bit. We're talking fractions of an inch here. It was a 2.6, and now we're at a 2.4. So actually, no.
Yeah, that time around, Moon was a second quicker. So he's picking up the pace. Like you said, he's just not going to let him go.
Nope, not going to let him go at all.
So going by the mechanics area, you see that overhead shot there? And that is a big gap back to the third place battle, almost 8 seconds back to Riley Busey. So the top two really on a breakaway.
And we're going to keep our eyes here on Harrington, as Harrington was in 14th position.
I just think he's going to probably get into top 10, maybe close to the top 5, but that's where, when you get around 7th or 8th, it's going to start to get difficult.
Yeah, and he's climbed up the ladder to 12th now. So Harrington trying to salvage some points.
And here we go, Gavin Moon making his way down the Freestone Freeway. That inside line there. So he's not really going to work that line as well. And we'll see what he can do down in Blake Baggett's berm down there. As again, you kind of, little change to that part of the track, which as, you know, to the naked eye may not look that different, but it is a little kick out more to the right. So it changes the angle that they have to get to that triple step up there, Shan.
Yep, it's a kick out to the right, and it descends down, and you got to carry more momentum slightly uphill. Not huge elevation by no means, but slightly uphill to get enough power to make it up over the triple.
Yeah, and that's that spot where, as the day wears on, that inside line gets more and more difficult to load because you sink into that inside line, all those acceleration bumps that you have there.
Yep.
Makes it tough. But right now, Moon doing a good job trying to stick with Max Shane.
That rear tire and suspension right there taking a beating, trying to accelerate and make your way up over that triple.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you go back to the pit later on and go, all right, we might need to look at the rear suspension a little bit.
Sure.
Maybe a clicker or maybe adjust things out a little. But I don't know. These two seem to have it pretty well dialed. I don't think there's any problems for those two out front.
The usual suspects.
Yep. So Max Shane, Gavin Moon, Riley Busey, Mackay Ulrich, and Chase Lawton top 5. DeAndre Roos, Colby Lassar, Parker Shields, Seth Creedy, and Logan Edwards through the top 10. It looks like Harrington all the way up to 12th already.
Yep.
So we'll see if he can keep that march forward going.
Just outside your top 10, Edwards, Belcher, Harrington, Costa, Olson, Camp, Rosaic, Salcy, Jeffrey, Sante, and Pulsper rounds out your top 20 here on lap number 6. Gavin Moon now, Don. So he lost an entire second, 3.5 seconds back behind Max Shane.
Yeah, you know, we're looking over Max Shane's shoulder here, Shan, as he gets ready to head up to that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, and he has absolutely put the hammer down. Going to look at that 79 Husqvarna ride. That's as close as you can get without jumping on the back fender.
Exactly.
Which you probably shouldn't do. That would be bad. You would really need to adjust the suspension then.
Exactly.
You or I would make a mess of that suspension. All right, so coming towards us here into that big shock sock sweeper, the 79 Husqvarna heading down the Freestone Freeway. And yeah, Moon is just sort of slowly kind of getting gapped.
Yeah, just fractions of an inch here and there, but over the course of numerous laps, you start losing a second and a half. Really no big deal there for Gavin Mood. He's definitely going to be making it to that second moto, the main event moto, we'll call it.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. You hear it a million times. Second place is as good as a win in that first moto.
Sure.
But if that's going to really work for him, he's going to have to find a way to get ahead of Shane off the gate because Max has been money off the gate. And again, watching the 79 Husqvarna negotiate that team cramp sweeper.
Yeah, how many motos did Max Shane win yesterday, Don?
He won 3.
3. So he's on fire right now
I
here at
believe he said-
Freestone.
I believe he said he's doing 5 classes with us this week. So starting out with 3 wins, that's pretty good.
That's really
And
what.
looking at a possible 4th.
Yep.
You'll notice I said possible.
Possible. And it's just a division.
There you go. Yeah, and you know, though, every win's a win when it comes to building confidence. And, yeah, the gap is stretching now.
Let's check this out. Now it's a 5.3 second lead. So Max Shane just continually separating from Gavin Moon and the rest of the field here in the Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17 age group. Heat division number 1. I still like seeing heat race.
I like that, too. Hard to break that habit. So Max Shane heading to the double down section. I'm going to make that name stick if it costs me my money.
That's right.
That's it. Gonna give up that silver coin just to make that stick. All right, so Shane again into that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. We're getting so close to that drone, he's throwing roost right up onto it. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, what are you calling that? The double down section?
That's the double down section.
The Don Collings double down section. There it is, the triple D. Don's double down section, JP. JP, hear me? It is Don's double down section out of the twist and shout section. Don's double down section. It's official. We're running with it, Don.
There you go. Finally.
Finally.
Something gets named after me besides my kid.
That's right, yeah. Your kid's going, why did you do that to me, Dad?
Hey.
Now we've got something of appreciation, real
There you
love and
go.
appreciation.
All right,
Don's
let's
double
take
down
a look
section.
at Wyatt Harrington here, Shan. He's up to 11th, but look at he's going to start to run into riders that are as fast or faster than him lap time wise. So this is where it's going to get difficult.
Yep. The fortunate thing, he's only a second off of Edwards there to
Oh, yeah.
crack inside that top 10.
Yep. So we'll see if he can pick up the pace, maybe a little bit of line choice, help him get through some of those riders that are, like I say, pretty much matching his speed.
We were going 20 minutes plus one lap, and we were on lap number 7 at around a 2-minute mark, 2-minute lap time. So I'm anticipating seeing the white flag here really soon, Don.
Well, as you see, Max Shane just doing work out front, hammering that Texas 12-pack into the VMAX switchback. And another lap in the books for the 79 Husqvarna ride. That is the Team Husqvarna Troy Lee Designs Monster Army Altus Motorsports ride of Max Shane. All right, Gavin Moon, he's started bringing his lap times back down again, so trying to close up on Shane.
Look at that beautiful aerial view shot of
yeah.
Miller Ranch here. Been in the family since 1853, Don.
Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful green out there, just a beautiful landscape here at Miller Family Ranch.
When JP was a kid back in 1859, 6 years old, he was mowing the property out here.
That's it. Had his horse-drawn mower.
That's right. He still has a job.
There you go. He's
Do you need us? Do you need us? Or
All right, so it looks like the laundry service folks are out at the front gate. So if you need to drop some off or you need to pick some up, the laundry service folks are out at the front gate. And remember earlier on when I said Parker Shields had that roll-off thing coming off the side of his
Yes,
goggles?
I do.
He's got his goggles on his arm now, so the vision must have been an issue.
Yep.
Because it looked like he ripped that thing off, and then no more roll-off.
And being the first moto of the day, the track is really, really, really damp.
Yep. Well,
You
yeah,
know,
and there's
get
looser
peppered.
sections, yeah.
You get peppered, and all of a sudden, that without that roll-off, man, all of a sudden your vision just completely gets blurred.
Yeah, and these 250Fs will throw up quite a bit of roost.
Yep. There is the 51 machine.
That's Jeffrey. He's the final transfer right now. The 51
Yeah.
Honda. He's got the 16th spot, and he's got a pretty good gap, so he just needs to keep it up on 2. He's got that final ticket.
He's got a 13 or 14 second lead over Robert Susi in 17th there on the bubble, on the outside of the bubble looking in. So Susi, Sante, Fulsfer, and Oliver Camp will all be going to the consolation race if nothing miraculous
Yeah.
happens here in the next couple of laps.
All right, there is Max Shane.
Want to remind all media, if you're here shooting content for the 15th annual 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER, you do need to sign up and sign off on the necessary waiver forms, and we will give you a Freestone media vest. You must have a Freestone media vest on to be out on the track.
Yeah, if you work on a road gang, you got one of those high-vis vests, you can't just run out there on the track.
Serving some time, the
Yeah.
county lets you
Well,
out.
you know. Hey, listen, I was innocent.
That's right. We always are innocent, Don.
What's that line from the Shawshank Redemption? There's not a guilty man in here.
That's not a guilty man in here. There's the 24, Harrington. Don, he has officially moved up in the top 10 now.
Well, you know what? He kind of had his work cut out for him there early on at that little miscue, but made up for it. And again, having plenty of time in the race, that was really his best friend.
Yeah, if this was a 4 or 5 lap moto, it might not have happened, Don.
No. All right, again, looking over the shoulder here as that hit that big triple step up and heading down the hill into the big Loop 270, the Suzuki Sweeper. Let's see what the line buildup looks like now. Looks like they are starting to kind of get some defined ruts there. As you can see, now he can kind of move around a little bit. Negotiating past a few lapped riders.
Yep, a couple of back markers here. Max Shane probably finally getting peppered with some roost.
Yep, somebody going to throw some dirt on that front number plate.
Max Shane's going to descend down the hill into the team cramp corner. Fire out like a missile. Do a little double, then triple out just before Cemetery Hill. Rest in peace, Tony Miller and the Miller family over at Cemetery Hill.
Yeah, that's not just a kitschy name, folks. That's actually the Miller family cemetery. And there's your leader. White flag is out, Shan.
Beautiful moto here for Max Shane. Solid moto here for Max Shane. Solid moto for Max Shane. And Gavin Mood about 9 seconds back, now 8 seconds back.
So one more lap around here for the Schoolboy 2 Division 1. Max Shane, Gavin Moon, Riley Busey, Mackay Ulrich, Chase Lawton, top 5. Kobe Lassar, Dandre Ruse, Franklin Bauscher, Seth Creedy, and Wyatt Harrington rounding out the top 10 here as a white flag is out. Following a rider up the hill there.
We got a crew of riders, a cluster of riders going through the Don's double down section. Max Shane exiting the shock sock sweeper, going on the Freestone Freeway. He's going to head down to the Blake Baggett berm.
Yeah, Shane, one more trip down there through the Loop 270. Just got to negotiate through there cleanly. As again, looking over the shoulder of this rider heading down to the Blake Baggett berm.
Hey, Big Hal, thanks for the breakfast, buddy. Our good friend Big Hal's Barbecue Emporium. Big Hal, thank you for sending the breakfast burritos down.
There are 17 burritos in front of you there, Shan.
Well, I'm a big boy with a big appetite.
I was going to say, you're down from 20.
I've been working out, man. I need the calorie
There
intake.
you go. All right, so we're waiting for the 79 of Max Shane, and shortly he will be popping over that FMF power wall.
Our Division Heat 1 winner here in the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 age group. He is just a couple of seconds away here from a division win. It is going to be Max Shane up and over the finish line tabletop with a solid ride here for the 99X on the gas. Gavin Moon.
Look at this. Riley Busey right on the rear fender of Gavin Moon.
A half-second margin there.
He closed up fast.
Solid ride here for Riley Busey. It's going to be Mackay Ulrich finishing up in 4th, and in 5th, Chase Lawton. So solid. There's your top 5 here. A couple of Yamahas, 2 Yamahas on the top 5. 1 KTM, 1 Gas, and 1 Husqvarna. So Yamaha still collectively putting in solid motos here with the riders. And we're going to send this down to the podium here with our esteemed podium announcer, Mr. Dean Dias. Dean, get with Max Shane's. Let's get Max Shane's thoughts on this early moto division win.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thank you so much for that. Max, I got to ask you, are you a fan of these morning motos or what?
Not the biggest fan, but, everybody has made it work out there.
Absolutely. You got a whole shot, so welcome to the moto.
Yeah, came off to another good start, whole shot, and I don't know who it was, but he was on my butt for quite a while. Felt like it. Just try to keep it on 2 wheels. Knew that the outsides would get blown out eventually, and people behind me would get tired. So I just rode my race and ended up bringing it home.
All right, well, I know you got a little more motos to go today, so tell me who you'd like to thank who's making it all possible.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, everybody around me, friends, family, brother, sister, Altus Suspension, and just everybody over from Altus Testing, making this bike work perfect. Team Husqvarna, Jed, Dana Blair, we're executing our plan right now, so that's good to hear. And TLD, big thanks to them. Got another fresh kit, kept it clean, 100%. Really, FMF, just everybody, thank you so much.
Looking good and staying clean. Give it to Max Shane, your first moto win of the Schoolboy 2. What do we got going up there in the Stacey Tower, boys?
We've got the Schoolboy 2, division number 2 on the track. Looked like it was the 27 Husqvarna ride of Vincent Way. I should say the FMF back answer racing ride. Vincent Way with a whole shot in that one. It looked like he had the 260 of Carson Wood in close contact. So we're going to look and see what the running order is as they make their way out of that loop 270. Going to start to climb back up the hill. Again, looking over the shoulder here. So first lap here in Division 2 for the Schoolboy 2. And here come your leaders over the FMF Powerwall down that Texas 12 pack. So it is the Kawasaki ride, Vincent Way out front. It is Wood in second, the 67 Jesse Potato running in third. Austin Schaefer and McCaden Fitch going to round out your top 5. Trinity Bachelor, Tommy Doble, Aiden Zing, Gavin Player, and Kobe Tate rounding out the top 10 first time across the finish line. So looking at the battle here, trying to catch the 27 of Vincent Way. They're going to head to that double down section. Left-hander up into the Leonard Skinnard Oak Tree turn. And Carson Wood trying to reel in Vincent Way early on. Furtado trying to join the party as well.
All right, Don, bring me up to speed here. I had to take a quick break.
You got Vincent Way out front grabbing the whole shot. Carson Wood trying to chase him down, and Furtado right there in tow. So top 3 riders working down to that Blake Baggett berm stand. And I would say that's going to be a battle royal between those 3.
That is. Jesse Furtado getting a lot of hands-on training from Shannon Ide, the great Shannon Ide. He gets his mental focus and training from J.P. Parsons. It's a well-rounded...
That is a Scott shotgun scatter thing.
That is. Jesse Furtado has been hanging out with JP for the last few months, literally hanging out with him in the booth. And I think he looks at JP like maybe a grandpa he never had, a spaced-out grandpa, you know, Uncle Grandpa.
That's not good if your uncle and your grandfather are the same person.
No,
I'm just going to throw that out there.
Exactly.
All right, looks like Carson Wood really starting to charge now as they watch him come up the hill here, up and over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall.
Man, Vincent Way just looking really solid here. All 3 of them are making their way through the Texas 12 pack, but the 27 on the Kawasaki looking good. Carson Wood, the 260, literally 0.8 second difference, so less than a second gap here with Furtado, about 2 seconds off. About a second half actually off the 67 with Austin Schaefer, McCaden Fitch, Trinity Bachelor, Tommy Doble there in 7th, Aiden Zing in 8th. Looks like our local resident Gavin Player is still inside the top 10 there in 9th with Kobe Tate rounding out your top 10 on lap number 3.
Gavin Player, PGA Player of the Year?
That's right.
There's a reference for all you old guys out there.
Just outside your top 10, Austin Camden out of Oklahoma in 11th position. Tanner Dorman in 12th. Ryan Battalier in 13th.
Oh, shin. Jesse Furtado just went down. right in that center turn there. He just went down right before the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, trying to pick the bike up. Just caught it out of the corner of my eye on the drone shot there.
Unfortunate circumstance for Furtado.
Yeah, we were looking right over his shoulder. He got to the inside and just a little too much throttle, and that rear tire stepped out. That's got to be frustrating because you know he's got the speed.
Sure.
He knows he's got the speed. You want to run with the guys you feel like you should be beating, and just a little mistake here.
Yeah, he's going to be disgusted, no doubt, Don.
Oh, here we go. Carson Wood to the inside. He came right up alongside Vincent Way. He's going to switch to the inside line here as we watch him head down the hill.
This is reminiscent of Dungy Stewart back in the day, right here in that exact spot.
Perfect. Shan, look at that.
Yep.
Wood set up to the inside, puts him back in the middle here, and he's going to try to just hammer down.
He has made the pass, and he is actually starting to separate and pull from Vincent Way.
Yeah. That tells me that he had the speed. He was just being patient, trying to find the right spot, because the mistake we saw Furtado make, that could have easily been Carson Wood doing the same thing. So very mature, very patient way to wait, make the pass, and look at, like you said, he's already gapping away.
In that section right there, that number 8 section, Ryan Dungey, James Stewart, back in the day at the Pro Motocross Nationals, right there.
Oh yeah, I
I've
remember
got all
it well.
of the images to prove that right there is a great spot to set up and make passes. And Carson Wood made an example here of Vincent Way in that section.
So there's your battle 1 and 2. Schaefer's still hanging on to third. That's going to put the 29 of McCaden Fitch to fourth. And now the 231 Trinity Bachelor going to round out the top 5. We'll see where Furtado able to recover and come around here. Looks like there he is right there. Got a tear off stuck on the side of the goggles. So 7th, 8th place, not terrible, but I'm sure he's got to be a little frustrated.
Sure, he's got to get around Aiden Zing and Tommy Doble. Tommy Doble over there in 6th position, and Aiden Zing in 7th, Furtado 8th, and Gavin Player still in 9th.
Yeah, and right now we are just looking at Carson Wood going to work because he's got clear track, nobody putting pressure on him, so we're going to watch a couple of heater laps, I'm sure, as you look over the shoulder of the 260 Yamaha rider.
He is riding a flawless, impeccable moto here, Don.
You know, Shan, we've seen Carson over the years here on the minis. He's no stranger to running at the front of the pack, so not real surprised to see this.
Nope, not
at
all.
Vincent Way is not happy to see this, but that was a great start for Vincent. You know, grab a whole shot. There's a confidence builder.
Sure. He led for 2 or 3 laps.
What he's got to do now is try to latch on to Carson and see if he can, you know, study the lines, see how is he getting that speed? Where did he get me?
No, you're absolutely right about that analysis here. Try to just study and learn.
So laying into that inside, probably one rut from the inside there in that loop 270, your leader on the 260.
Carson Wood Vincent Way about 4 seconds back from Carson Wood as they make their way into Team Cramp corner. So Carson Wood on the Yamaha, the YZ 250F, just slowly starting to inch away from Vincent Way here.
And the bad thing about that for Vincent is if he loses touch with Carson Wood, he's going to start to fall back, and then Schaefer, Fitch, and Batchelor are going to be right there, and he's going to have to deal with that.
Then the pressure comes from behind.
Yep. So right now we're watching the 260 into that new Dragon's Back section. Halfway point here, so the double sticks are out, Shan. So working through here with the halfway point for Schoolboy 2 Division number 2 out on the track. Again, we got Micro 2 Junior Race 25 next off the gate. Race 26, the girls 65 to 85. You should be in staging. Race 27, 125C in staging. And once again, race 28, 250B, 12 plus limited. There will not be a division race for that class. It's going to be one gate drop. So don't be lazy thinking you got a whole division to worry about before you get down there. It is one gate drop for that race 28, 250B, 12 plus limited.
Yeah, here, race 25 coming up, Don. Coker Pumps up here earlier, giving us our swag, and we appreciate it, leaving the CP Racing team. Tal's here. He was looking for all the Cobra riders. Well, race 25 coming up, that Micro 2 Junior 4 to 6 limited. Coker Pumps, you're about to see a bunch of Cobra riders up on the start gate.
It's going to be a sea of yellow. And again, the new beautiful overhead shot there, that sweeping landscape shot. The drone telling you exactly how big this Miller family ranch is.
All right, we got a little message here from. All right, we got a message here from a friend to Dakota.
Next race.
Okay, what was that?
Good luck, Dakota.
There we go. Good luck to Dakota up on the start gate.
Got to show your sister some love. Got to do that.
Sure. We are still at the halfway mark. The 26 machine, Ethan Darrick, back in 17th position on the outside of the bubble looking in here, Don. So Darrick, Carter, Phillips, and Ryder Lee out of Shreveport, Louisiana, back there in 20th.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. You want to get up into that top 16, get a nice clean transfer. You know who's not going to have to worry about that? This guy right here, the 260, Carson Wood.
Yeah, Carson Wood just a few seconds away from putting Ryder Lee a lap down here. Vincent Way there in second. The 361 Schaefer grabbing a tear off here over the finish line tabletop.
Yeah, and Schaefer a little quicker than Vincent Way that time around, so the gap between second and third going to shrink.
But Caden Fitch still in fourth. Legendary name there, the Fitches out of Colorado. Aiden Zing up to sixth. Bachelor, no, it's going to be Furtado. So Furtado's going to move up to seventh. Bachelor going to slip on back to eighth.
Well, it's good to see Jesse getting work done there, get himself back up towards the front again. Frustrating mistake on the opening laps.
Gavin Player moves up to eighth. So somewhere we've lost Bachelor. Bachelor slipping on back down.
Oh, Ryder down off the side of that Dragon's back. And that is Gavin Player going down off the side. He's going to lose some spots. So Carson Wood charging down the Freestone Freeway, making his way to that Blake Baggett berm section. And now we're going to start to come into some lap traffic here. This is where this could actually help Vincent Way a little bit, because Wood's going to have to negotiate him first, and that, like you hear it from time to time. When the leader goes through, people don't really know, but then when they see him, it's like, oh, I got to watch out for people.
They start being more mindful. Carson Wood just split two riders and had no problem whatsoever, so heads up racing by Carson Wood. Well, you're right. That's going to help Vincent Way.
Well, Carson, no stranger to having to deal with that lap traffic, as he's used to running at the front of the pack, so he's probably pretty good at picking his way through, changing up lines where he needs to. The problem happens when somebody just gets offline in front of you, has a little swap out, and you got kind of get collected in it. So Carson's going to try and work through three riders here. There's one.
Yep.
Going to try and split the difference on these two. There's two. Coming up the hill. Let's take number 3 out of this equation here as they go over the FMF Powerwall. So Carson Wood just working ways through, putting that Yamaha ride exactly where it needs to be. All right, now we're picking up the battle there. Vincent Way going to go by the mechanics area.
Beautiful coverage here brought to everyone by Freestone MX and Area 51 Films, as well as XR.
Whoa, riders getting caught up behind a down rider there. I think that was Vincent Way. Almost ran into the back of that rider. So Carson Wood down the Freestone Freeway. Here it comes Vincent Way into that inside section.
Camden now. Don Camden now moves up to 9th. Tanner Dorman in 10th. Player slips back to 11th. Maverick Gish out of Purcell, Oklahoma in 12th position. Asher Brown 13th. Logan Webb 14th. Ethan Darrick in 15th. And Ryan Patir in 16th position. Ryder Lee, Phillips, Carter, and Batchelor back there outside of the transfer spot here.
Yeah, and we're watching over the shoulder of the 361 of Austin Schaefer right now, heading down to the Loop 270. Ooh, he just got booted on that inside line. Almost cross-rutted that bike. You can see as they try to lay in and get the power on, a couple spots there where he's really got to hope that suspension is going to do its job. You can see there again, Shan.
Yeah, that backhand kicked out.
A little wavering back and forth.
That's just that soil being really soft and the line kind of moving around a little bit.
But you know what? That's good news for the 12 of McCaden Fitch because he's going to close up on the KTM rider. So they're going to come into that FMF Powerwall. Schaefer and McCaden Fitch battling over third. They're closing up on Vincent Way.
They are. They're coming quick here.
So looking at the 29, McCaden Fitch up to the top of that Dragon's back. Going to make the right-hander. Hard left by the mechanics area. And look at him laying that bike into the line, Shan.
Beautiful, beautiful.
And at this point in the day, now we're really starting to see those preferred lines get cut in. These guys can really start to let that power do its job.
Yep. You're absolutely right about that, Don.
So through the double down section there.
Don's double down section.
I can't call that myself because I'll talk about myself in the third person. When you start doing that, you really got to get yourself checked.
We know an announcer that does that.
He talks in the fourth person.
That's right. That's right.
He's two people ahead. So again, Carson Wood having no problem out front. We are following that battle second, third, and fourth as they come up over number 6. Vincent Way,
Yep.
Austin Schaefer, and McCaden Fitch. That's the battle we're watching over the shoulder here on the drone shot.
Schaefer all over Vincent Way now, and Fitch back there just checking it out. There is a 2-second gap between 3 riders here, Don.
Yeah, and it's going to tighten up as we watch all 3 of them. Now it looks like Batchelor going to go to, or Fitch going to go to the outside there and try to build the momentum. He's got to scrub that jump off. All right, here we go, into the inside. Oh, Fitch again. He's getting that inside line and just not quite able to get the power smooth to the ground.
I'm thinking I'm going to be going to the outside line, just carrying momentum. Check it out.
Whoa, almost ran into the back there.
Little knobby rubbing, Don. Fitch going into Schaefer, who's going into Way.
And I think he might have gotten around him. All right, so looking over the shoulder of that Yamaha rider. Carson Wood stretching out his lead. And it is the 361 Schaefer getting around Vincent Way. And now McCaden Fitch trying to follow him through. So through the Dragon's back section, Fitch putting a bead on Way. And that's how it goes. Things start to happen fast when you start getting past.
Exactly.
And, I also got to wonder, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Vincent Way, not the tallest rider. He's new on the bigger bike. You got to wonder if at this point in the moto, he's starting to get a little bit tired.
A little fatigued.
Yeah, and that bike is big. It's something he's not probably as used to riding as he was on the minis. So
or just a lighter 2-stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. So it takes time for these riders. He's lights out fast, no argument there. But you got to be able to work the bike. You got to be able to do it all the way through. And I think Vincent's still on that stepping stone. He ain't letting the 29 of McCaden Fitch get an easy pass, though. He is making him work for it. Into that Dunlop drop. We're going to watch him come over the top of number 5. And Austin Schaefer is still not too far in front of him either. You got 3 riders, Shan,
That's what I'm saying.
Battling for that second spot.
There is a 2-second gap between 3 riders here. With Schaefer.
It might even be less now.
Schaefer now up in a second, Way back to third. Fitch all over Vincent Way here. Don, I think we're going to see McCaden Fitch on the Yamaha get around Vincent Way.
Yeah, he set up a different line into that triple step up. He chose to double up and then step off.
He has a lap and a quarter to do it here because the white flag has come out of the huddle hut.
Oh, yeah. Well, time's going to start to run out. And if you're Vincent Way, that white flag is going to be a very welcome sight. And if you are McCaden Fitch, you might be like, well, come on, man, I need one more.
One more lap. One more lap.
Well,
Here
you're
going
to get
Don.
one. So there's Carson Wood. White flag is out. And here's that battle, second, third, and fourth. Way with a nice line into the 12-pack there.
So Schaefer has gapped away from Way and Fitch. So Schaefer in a comfortable, has a little bit of a buffer zone there. 10 seconds back behind Wood, but 3 seconds ahead of Way here, Don, on the white flag lap. Let's give the rundown. Wood, Schaefer, Way, Fitch, Doby, your top five. Zing, Furtado, Tate, Dorman, and Gavin Player in 10th. Just outside the top 10, Maverick Gish, Asher Brown, Logan Webb, Ethan Dark, Austin Camden, and Ryan Botillier in 16th, with Lee, Phillips, Carter, and Batchelor going to a consolation race because they are at least 30 seconds behind our 16th place transfer spot to the second moto.
Well, they're going to get a little extra track time. That's the bonus to it. That's probably not the track time they want.
That's right, Don.
Oh, you take the good with the bad. So looking at that beautiful overhead shot here, Freestone County Raceway, watching your leaders work into that inside section. We are going to continue to follow that battle as Vincent Way comes out of that. And Leonard Skinner at Oak Tree turn. He's holding the gap. So he might have heard me out there and said, listen, I'm in shape, old man. What are you talking about?
That's right.
I'll scissor kick you in the neck.
Hey, McCaden Fitch has thrown everything he has at Vincent Way so far in the last few laps, and Vincent Way has not cracked under pressure. So
No.
There goes the 38 of Miss Isa Phillips. Miss Isla Phillips back in 17th position. She'll be making her way to a consolation race.
And that time around, Way trying to stretch it out to get that triple step up. And again, you notice McCaden Fitch just doubled up and stepped off. That might be the quicker line at this point in the day.
Sometimes wheels on the ground, man. That's when you got forward momentum.
That's it. I can tell you from experience, I've tried running in the air.
Doesn't
and
work.
You just fall.
Doesn't
You just
work.
Fall. Gravity is 100% accurate.
Well, we are just a few moments away here from what's got to be a very ecstatic Carson Wood here, the Yamaha 260 on the number plates, with a division win here in the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 age group. It is Carson Wood on the Yamaha.
Yeah, that Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride, getting it done. Here's the 361 of Schaefer, and Vincent Way going to withstand the pressure. Hang on to third, McCaden Fitch, and Tommy Doble looking to round out your top five. And what a great race in the Schoolboy 2 Division 2. Boy, will we line them all up together tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Throw in a Furtado without a fall.
Yeah.
Watch that first division. They all link in together. That's going to be a shootout here.
Yeah, absolutely. So
We're
I'm
gonna-
sure Carson Wood going to be a pretty happy young man down there on the podium. We'll give him a moment to get that bike up on the stand. And we'll get ready now to send it down to Dean Dias down on the victory podium. We're going to let Carson get himself situated there. Every hat, every goggle, you got to get all that stuff together. So, Dean, we will send it down to you, sir.
All right, I'm down here with Carson Wood. Carson, I noticed you didn't get out to the whole shot, man, but you got a lot of motor to work with out there. How'd it go?
It went all right. I got like a fourth place start. I passed the two kids in I think like the second corner. I was following Vincent around a little bit. I got around him, and yeah, I kind of run my own race. The lap was crazy though.
Yeah, man, it was a solid race. Like I said, ride your own race. You got a big gap out there. You got a lot of people helping you. Who's in your corner?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Star Racing Yamaha, Pro Taper, Thor, Alpine Stars, my mechanic, Talon, and everyone here helping me. Thank God keep me safe.
All right, man, we got any more motos coming up here soon? Or you got a little bit of a break?
I think my next one's like 38.
All right, guys, we got up in a little bit. Give it up for Carson Wood, actually crushing it. Division number 2 track.
All righty, thank you, Dean. We're underway with the Micro 2 Junior 4 to 6 Limited. We've got 92, Ryden Williams, the Sorby Academy, mended B Motos, Minton Dunlop ride with the whole shot and holding the lead here. We had a rider in second. Little miscue going into the Dunlop drop, but we'll get a look at the running order here as they make their way through in the Micro 2 Junior.
Yeah, Don, that was Rivers Rice on the 39 machine that took that little digger over there, got back up, circulating again. Lost a few positions, but was able to snap that scooter back up and get it back underneath.
All right, we got a pretty good group of riders bunched up into that Dunlop drop, or the Blake Baggett berm, I should say, because had a little bit of a pileup in the start turn there. We got a few riders collected.
There was, yeah. They had some.
A little bit of a yard sale, everything out on the lawn.
About a half a dozen or so of them just kind of scattered abroad there, but they are all up and circulating again, so good stuff. You're right. Yeah, it looks like some really tight race action out there as they were making their way through that Blake Baggett burn. There was, I don't know, half a dozen bikes there nose to tail, so this could be an interesting one to call.
You know, and that's the thing. When you get them all bunched up like that and they all go down, now they're all going to get up at the same time.
Yeah.
And going to be a massive group of riders there. So leaders working their way down through that Loop 270 run as you look that overhead shot there. And again, you get a chance of the look at the expanse here of the Miller Family Ranch property, Freestone County Raceway. As we look at that beautiful overhead shot, working into day 2 of the racing here for the 7MX James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by TAMER.
Another beautiful day here, Don. Got the cloud cover, keeping things nice and juicy out there. Here comes our race leader through the 12-pack.
All right, it is indeed the 92 Ryden Williams, the Dunlop FMF Oakley Albon Stars rider. Looks like he's training with Sorby down there, the Sorby Academy. And let's say a pretty solid gap there, back to the battle going on behind because, again, he was able to get away cleanly.
It is a heck of a gap, but there's 3 bikes nose to tail making their way over the finish line here.
Yeah, it looks like it's the 232. Yeah, Maximus Botucker. Rivers Rice able to recover, hanging on to third after that little miscue you talked about there, Luke. And then Cruz Galvin into fourth.
Yeah, nice recovery by Rivers Rice there. 630 Grayson Clark coming across back there in 5th. Jackson Boyd in 6th. There's Blaze Antoniak there in 7th.
I think my favorite part about the micros is watching everybody sprint back and forth in the infield. Mom and Dad getting about 90,000 calories burnt off here.
I was in the fittest shape of my life back when both of my kids were on 50. I had 2 kids on 50s at one time.
So I tell people, if you want to get yourself in shape, get your kids into motocross. So it looks like Weston Fry and Lawson Workman going to come around 8th and 9th there as we continue to click off the laps for the Micro 2 Junior. And again, getting a look over the shoulder here of this drone shot is our Mini Warriors working through. Down that double down section there along the far right-hand side.
Isn't that the Dawn double down?
I can't use that because I don't want to talk in the third person. We'll call it Triple D. Wait a minute, that's Guy Fieri's thing, isn't it?
Oh.
I don't have the hair for it. Now, Dean down on the podium, he's got Guy Fieri hair. Hope Dean doesn't hear that. Oh, one rider getting a little stuck. Oh, and again, very challenging for these little wheels as the race course is kind of soft right now. And just you really got to keep on the power or that thing will just drop you down. So all these mini riders doing a great job, but right now we're following one who is absolutely hammering through that inside section, coming right back towards us.
Well, last time through, Ryden Williams was 25 seconds ahead of the field, and it looks like he's just about doubled that. He's absolutely hammered down.
Yeah, that good start cannot be underestimated.
Well, keeping it rubber side down, heck, that's a lot of it. Like you say, about half of them were
It's challenging.
Doing dirt angels there.
The start, of course, always the most nerve-wracking part of the race for any parent when you watch everybody pile down into that turn. When my son was racing, I don't think his mom ever watched him start one moto.
Really?
She picked it up about halfway through lap 1.
Yeah, it is fun to watch parents. A lot of them pace. A lot of them just stare at the ground. A lot of them do a physical clasping of the hands to pray. I mean, it's interesting to watch.
All right, so your lead is working down through that big Loop 270 section, watching him climb up the hill.
Got his sight set on Cemetery Hill there, up and over Cemetery. Going to drop down into the FMF power wall.
And I love that section, the FMF Powerwall, where you come up over the top. The bigger bikes can actually sort of single that little down step down and then head into the rollers at speed. So it's a cool section that they started using here. Gosh, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 years ago they cut that in.
Yeah, they had to change it back when before they had a little roller before it. You had Blake Baggett just sending out into the rollers.
Yep, we actually saw quite a few people in the amateurs try that. Some of the 250A riders were doing that.
Right.
But right now, Ryden Williams out front. We're watching him head up the Dragon's Back. Got that Cobra pointing in the right direction. Going to make the left-hander and go by the mechanics area. So there's your leader. Nice, clean front number plate. Can't beat that.
We got one down in the 12-pack. I hope that's not our rider in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it was, but he got back up, and I think he held that position.
That's the 39 of Rivers Rice. So Rice looked like he made the pass on Maximus Botucker, and then a little problem in the rollers. Got right back up, going to hold on to the spot.
Well, Rivers Rice, no stranger to tipping over, but he is definitely no stranger to getting back up and putting it on the throttle stop because he just keeps going down and coming back up.
You know, that's the thing I love to see because you get these little riders and just got to lug that bike up themselves because you can't go out there and help them.
Yeah.
This is an AMA race, so
well, in that
they
first
do it
tip over he
themselves.
did over there, he was really quick to back up to the bike. He had good form. He's been worked with. So Ryden Williams come across that time, turning a 350 lap time, 41 seconds ahead of Rivers Rice. Rivers Rice holding that number 2 spot. There goes Ryden Williams dropping down the hill over there, carrying good speed.
Yeah, and watch him down into this section here, Luke. As you can see, these riders are really got to deal with some very soft conditions on the inside, doing a great job of putting that bike right into the rut he wanted to be in.
Wow, did you see him drifting up the jump face there? Had that thing on the hammer down.
You know, you gotta let that rear tire do what it wants to do. And right now, Ryden Williams letting that rear tire bring him around out front, heading down the Freestone Freeway.
So maybe he's been working with Lachlan Turner. We were talking about her yesterday, letting the back end of that bike work a lot, moving around, and like it's nothing but the thing to her.
Yeah, and you know, that's what you see a lot now where riders kind of understand you can let the rear wheel wander a little bit. As long as you stay on the power, keep your weight centered on it.
Yeah, it has been fascinating watching over the last few years, especially the riders standing on the pegs more with that back end stepping out.
So you're either going to go to the inside line, heading into that big downhill, into the Loop 270, probably the fastest section on the track coming up for this young rider. Doing a good job. You see him trying to set himself up for that line he wants on the inside.
Lines are starting to form in there, and he's settling in on that inside. Still a really nice, clean line there.
All right, I'm going to head back up the hill. He's got that little bit of an off-camber right-hander to head back down that you see right here. I think he's going to stick to the outside. That's probably a little bit easier for the balance on that little bike. And your leader, Ryden Williams, doing a good job taking it home here. Rivers Rice, Maximus Botucker, Jackson Boyd, and Cruz Galvin through the top 5. You got Blaze Atoniak, Grayson Clark, Lawson Workman, Levi Morell, and Weston Fry rounding out your top 10, followed by Liam DeLowry, Brecken Talmadge, and Bentley Thorne. That is your field here in the Micro 2 Junior 4-6 Limited. Race number 25 in the order out on the track. Girls 65 to 85. Race 26 next off the gate. Race 27, the 125C, you should be in staging. And 250B 12-plus Limited. Race 28, there's no division racing. That is going to be a single gate drop. So, again, 250B 12-plus Limited. You do not have division racing. It's going to be a single gate drop.
Ryden Williams coming across, taking the white flag here. So he's looking like he's set up to take the W in this one anyway.
Yep, heading up that Dragon's Back section with the drone following over his shoulder there. So going by the mechanics area, and I'm sure right now Ryan Williams' mechanic giving him that sign to just keep doing what you're doing, boy.
Well, turned off a 3:47 that time. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. Lap 3, 3:47 for Ryan Williams. So he's continued to hammer down. Here comes rider in the number 2 spot. That's going to be Rivers Rice. Clicking off a 3:52 there, so a really good lap time. We got a rider down here on the landing of the finish.
Oh, and that looks like that's the 19 of Eli Labonte having a little trouble there. That's a soft section. Eli, another rider, a young New England boy coming out here with his dad. His dad is racing in some of the vet classes. That's Keegan Labonte. Eli is a young son here. So, again, a couple generations of racers with us here.
Super cool.
Love to see the New England crew come out here. This is such a beautiful track. And I've said it before, this dirt and this track really does set up quite a bit like the ones we have up in New England because of the complexion of the dirt, the history of having these be pastures and things like that. So, yeah, it really is a very similar type of a dirt setup. Oh, rider going down in the rolls. And, again, yeah, look at that. Backing right up to the bike, using the legs to pick it up, doesn't waste a second.
Yeah, as a rider in the number 5 spot, that's Cruz Galvin. And, again, like been watching these kiddos, and all these kiddos looks like they've been worked with. Like you said, you can't get out there and help them, so they have to do it themselves. It's a part of racing dirt bikes, and these kiddos have been schooled in it, doing a great job.
And one rider right here we're looking at on the screen doing it all by himself out front. That is Ryan Williams, the 92, going to make his way into that triple step-up section. About a half a lap to go for that rider to put the win in the books. Oh, look at this. He's going to go to the inside of the off-camera. He has switched up his lines.
I like it.
Looks like he's just trying to get a lay of the land, so if later on in the day he's got another moto, he's going to have to pick different lines. That's a very mature little rider there.
He's got a back marker in his primary line here, so now he's having to try to decipher what way he's going to go here. Looks like he's trying to kind of getting hung out there. He's got a little wiggle room. He's got about a minute or so.
There you go. Got a little tight to the inside, got into some of that smoother stuff and made the move. Again, very mature. A lot of riders would have just tried to find it immediately to get around. He knew he had time.
Yep. Don't force it.
Yep. You hear it all the time about riders that don't let the race come to them and end up making a mistake. And what you saw right there was Ryden just letting the race come to him. So down in that team cramp corner. And he has got one more run up to the top of Cemetery Hill. The FMF Powerwall, and we'll be looking at the checkered flag here. Whoa,
a little bobble there.
Yeah.
He saved it.
Yep. And here we go. Your leader going to pop up over the FMF Powerwall. Nice smooth wheels on the ground progress through there.
Little sloppy on the first couple of the Texas 12-pack, but he's got her trued back up and charging hard into the VMAX switchbacks.
And there you go. It is going to be the Sorby Academy Dunlop FMF Oakley Alpine Stars ride. Ryden Williams taking this one from the whole shot to the checkered flag. And that'll be the race winner here in the Micro 2 Junior 4-6. Looking for the 39 of Rivers Rice. Maximus Bo Tucker, Jackson Boyd, and Cruz Galvin looking to round out the top 5 here for the Micro 2 4-6 Limited. And we are going to have the riders in the girls 65 to 85 off the gate next. But first, we've got to let our moto winner get himself situated. I am sure a very happy young Ryden Williams. So getting everything situated down there. Dad, get out from in front of the camera there. Little fist bump. So we're going to send it down to the victory podium here, let our young rider get himself situated. And, Dean, I'm pretty sure you're going to have a happy young guy down there.
He doesn't look super happy. He looks kind of nervous, but, dude, Ryden Williams, over a 50-second gap with the rest of the pack, almost the biggest gap all week. How does it feel to get out here and get this one over with?
Good.
Good. You get a whole shot?
Yeah.
How easy does it make it when you get a whole shot?
Really easy.
Yeah, were you able to keep this minute gear and these Oakley goggles nice and clean?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he says. I know you got a lot of sponsors. Who would you like to thank?
God for keeping me safe. Woody for training me. And Oakley, Alpine Star, Mended. That's all.
Speaking like a true pro, give up for Ryan Williams getting the win there in the Micro 2 class. What we got coming up next up there in the Stasic Tower?
All righty, thank you, Dean. So we have some of our Micro 2 riders still finishing out their final lap here. Girls 65 to 85, 9 to 13 going to be off the start gate next. Again, 125C, race 27 in staging. Race 28, 250B, 12 plus limited will be a single gate drop. There is not division racing in the 250B, 12 plus limited. So all those riders need to be down for a single gate drop for race 28. And then race 29, we do have division racing in the 85cc 9 to 12 limited. So those riders need to head down to staging as well. But again, got to send a big shout out to our title sponsor, the folks at 7MX. 7's 25.1 collection is available now. Check out the all-new Zero, Rival, and Vox lines in their latest drop, showcasing innovative design, materials that push the limits of product performance. So head on over to 7mx.com to explore both youth and adult collections. And hey, folks, this week, use code Freestone20 at checkout for 20% off on selected styles. That is code Freestone20 at checkout. And make sure you take advantage of that this week. It's a limited time offer only lasting through Sunday, March 11th. 7MX, redefining limits. And of course, also of course, a big shout out to our presenting sponsor, TAMER, the original whole shot device. They are the original inventor and patent holder of the front and rear whole shot devices. 25 years in the business, folks. They can guarantee that they are the best. TAMER is the #1 whole shot device on the market for a reason, and that reason is it was chosen by all kinds of different race teams: Moto Concepts Racing, Club MX Yamaha, Phoenix Racing Honda, AEO KTM, Tylube Honda, Rock River Yamaha, the names you all know. So, folks, head over and see Kevin over at the TAMER rig. They'll help you out with those whole shot devices. JP, you know as well as I do, they invented the game over at TAMER.
And many others run it. And free installations. Go over there and see Kevin over at TAMER, and he will literally hook you up.
That's it. If you're like me and you are not really friendly with how to use a wrench, you're going to want to head over there and take advantage of that, because they will get you hooked right up.
Well, Don, I know how to use a wrench, but I've learned that if you can get assistance, accept assistance.
Well, that's a good point, JP. Always let the professionals do the job.
Boy, I sure needed some assistance last night.
Well, that's a whole nother story.
It is. Now it's just a 5-gallon jug at the middle of the night. Then my generator wouldn't work. Electricity in my toy hauler wasn't working. And I know nothing about that stuff. But anyways.
Got to build a fire for you over there.
Maybe. Yeah, put it underneath that toy hauler. I think it's insured. So. But yeah, man, great day of racing right here on day number 2 of racing for the 15th annual running of the James Stewart Spring Championship. Brought to you by 7 and TAMER.
Yeah, love to have everybody here. And, folks, again, a big shout-out to all of the folks helping to make it happen. 100%, Adrenaline Jerky, Area 51 Films, Alpha Moto Apparel, Altus Motorsports, Answer Racing, ASV, of course, Big House Barbecue, Centex Utilities. Big thanks to Centex. They paid for all the PW50 entries, so big-time thank you to Centex Utilities. Clutch, CP Racing, MX Tire, the DRS suspension folks, EBR, Enzo, FMF. What can you say about FMF, man? They are just an amazing folks, and they are here all the time in Texas. Flow Vision, FCA, HyperX, JM Racing, Lynx Racing, hey, Little Joe's Lemonade. We had some of that delicious lemonade yesterday. Next Level Chiropractic, Mika Metals, Money Inc., MX is for Jesus, the folks at MX6, MTF Training, of course, the Pizza Guy folks, Pro Circuit, Rad MX, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, Red Bull, of course, our title sponsor, 7MX, the Stasic Tower sponsor, Stan Benson Racing, the Taco Lady TAMER, Transworld Verb, and Yamaha Blue Crew. We're underway with the girls 65 to 85. And it looks like it is going to be
Kinley McCoy, the number 22, out of Brighton, Tennessee, out of KTM, sponsored by LS2, OGs, Dunlop FMF, Field of Power, the House of Power.
Oh, Hannah Jameson moving around front, JP.
Out of Commerce City, Colorado, out of Gas riding for Fox Bees Motor Lab.
Oh, Chinley going to take it back. So the 22 not done yet there.
All right, a little bit of excitement in this ladies class.
I'll tell you what, early on, we're going to see swapping back and forth as it looks we've had another lead change.
You know, Don, what's amazed me over the years, we got more and more ladies, girls racing. It's so exciting. And not only that, super competitive. One of them sitting up here in the Lynn Nickerson, Shannon Garcia, JP Parsons suite. But it is sweet to see these girls out there doing what we love and now what they love. And
You know-
like I said, they're hauling the mail.
You know, JP, I've noticed the same thing up north in New England. We've seen the girls' classes increase every single year. You know, we're to the point now where the girls' classes are almost getting full gates for us up in New England. So it's awesome. The more people you bring into the sport, the more it grows, and I just love to see it.
It is, you know, and like I said, a big thanks to Centex, you know, for sponsoring the PW50 class where everybody who was anybody started on a PW50.
Oh, yeah.
James Stewart.
You ain't kidding. Yeah, that's right. We saw.
And you know, I announced him when he was on a PW50 at Whitney.
Oh, yeah.
Number 259.
Yep, and
Crazy.
they definitely got the most out of that little P-dub on him.
I think they still have it, too.
Oh, I'm sure they must. Why would you get rid of that? That's a piece of history.
I think he's got one of every race bike he's ever raced. We had this mini motocross championships in November. 7 sponsored it. It was just all minis. And they had SR125. Factory Kawasaki SR125. Well, you make a deal with the factory. If I win the championship, I get the bike. What are they going to say?
They're going to say, don't win the championship, and no factory's going to say that.
Nope. Correcto.
All right, so looking at the overhead shot here as we are in the opening lap of the girls 65 to 85, 9 to 13 class. And again, beautiful day here. See the beautiful green grass, the layout here at Freestone. And looking for your leader down through the Texas 12 pack. And there you go, the 57, Hannah Jameson taking command here after a couple lead changes. So Tinley McCoy in the second spot. Good battle for third.
Yeah, battle for third and fourth.
Ooh, looks like the 63, Zoe Moore, going to be side by side there.
With Racing Kyler.
So good battle there.
Our little favorite YouTube lady, little girl.
We'll have to see if we get some footage of that later on.
Yeah, out of Florida. And then there's the Kinsey Wynette.
I think Zoe has made the pass stick now as they go by the mechanics area. Yeah, Kenzie would time the 7:16, rounding out the top 5. Little gap back to 6th here. That's going to be the number 3 of Sierra Bull, the Rhino Power Flow Vision ride.
You know, one of our younger riders out there at the age of 9. Out of St. George, Utah, riding for Rhino Power, Flow Vision, and many others.
Hey, you know, JP, talking about being the younger rider in the class, don't forget this year they've got something they're calling the top underclassmen. So they're going to be watching for the top finishing younger riders in the age classes. So you have these age spreads, 9 to 13, some riders 9, 12, 13. So what we're doing this year is they are looking at the riders who have the best finish that are the younger riders. And based off that first and second moto for the younger riders in the classes, you're going to be recognized on the podium. So that's a new thing they're doing this year. Love to see them give some love to all the riders.
It's a great program, man. You know, we keep trying to improve everything to give you guys the best experience that you can possibly have. And Freestone is first.
So again, looking at that overhead as Zoe Moore able to pull away a little bit from Racing Kyler now heading through that triple step-up section. So Jameson, Tinley McCoy, Zoe Moore, Racing Kyler, and Kenzie Watane. Oh, Watine, I'm sorry, is the top 5. Sierra Bull, Aubrey Dempsey, and Dakota Bull now moving up into the 8th spot.
So also this day today at FCA Motocross, get over there. It gets you a water bottle with a hint for the prize.
Yeah, the old scavenger hunt there,
Scavenger hunt, and they're going to give away another pair of Fox goggles. So get over to FCA Motocross and do your scavenger hunt.
They make it kind of tricky, too. You really got to do some searching for that.
Man, you know what? They definitely do some deep, deep undercover thinking on that. So, no, good program. Thank you, FCA Motocross.
So looking at your leader, the overhead shot there as we come over the finish line. That's the 67 of Hannah Jamison. Heading up and over that Dragon's Back section, going to make the right and then the left by the mechanics area.
Fouled by the KTM rider, number 22, Tinley McCoy, as she goes through the James Stewart ski jump section. Followed by our little rider. That is Zoe Moore and Racing Kyler out of Florida.
Yeah, Moore dabbing the foot a little in the switchback here, but able to keep herself moving forward. And they are just getting a prime race course right now. All the lines cut in by some of the bigger bikes, so they've got plenty of places they can put those bikes out on the track. 7:16.
Down in infield, we got the whole crew. We got Mom, we got Dad, we got Grandpa, we got Grandma of Zoe Moore.
There you go. Got to bring the whole family out. That's what we love about this sport. It's definitely a family sport. You can all be out there on the track the same day. You can all have the whole family cheering you on. And don't forget, folks, if you did not get a chance to have everybody here, XR Media doing all the live streaming action here. So if you got folks at home or folks that have to work, so much a pity for them, make sure they follow along on YouTube, or they can go to the FreestoneMX.com page and pick up the link there. But again, all the racing action live stream coming to you from XR Media. So again, this is the girls 65, 85, 9 to 13. We've got the 125C race 27 going to be next off the gate. And then 250B 12 plus limited. Again, that is not going to be division racing. That's going to be a single gate drop. So all 250B 12 plus limited riders need to be in staging. And then race 29, we do have division racing in the 85 9 to 12 limited. So first call for division 1 and 2 of the 85 9 to 12 down to staging.
And through the shock sock sweeper down the Freestone Freeway, it's the 57-year leader, Hannah Jamison on her gas with about on lap 1 or 2 with about a 9-second lead. It looks like she's stretching it out right now.
Yeah. I almost wonder if maybe Tinley McCoy having a little trouble out there. We don't see her coming around quite.
I mean, she was fairly close.
Oh, we'll see. So there's Jamison. Looking for the 22 here. Yep, looks like Jamison just able to stretch the gap out because there is Tinley McCoy right there. And still up and charging, but the gap going to stretch out to almost 12 seconds. So, yeah, Hannah Jamison is just doing work out front. Zoe Moore, JP, solid run.
Boy, I tell you what, we've been watching her since she's been on 50s. Now she is really stepping up the game. Of course, her dad's a former pro motocrosser, bad boy Bud Moore. You know, so she's got all the tools and stuff, and she's just a great little girl. You know, Shandy Garcia's ex-wife. She kicked him to the curb.
There you go.
He had enough of him. At 4 or 5 years old, she was that smart. She knew shit. Shenanigans. That's the 716, Kenzie Watney.
Okay, so quick update there in the pits for the riders in the Open Pro Sport. Your moto will go right after race 29, Division 2 of the 85 9 to 12, and before the Micro Open 4 to 8. So this will be first call for the Open Pro Sport riders. Get ready to head down to staging. Your moto will go right after race 29, the second division of the 85 9 to 12 Limited. That will also be the time if you want to take a sight lap. You're going to want to head down to staging because they'll send the Open Pro Sport out for their sight lap. And then racers in the rest of the race program here, if you got a bunch of motos coming up, you might want to head out for a sight lap. So again, right after race 29, Open Pro Sport will head for their sight lap. We'll have a group sight lap, and then we will line up the Open Pro Sport for their moto today. And it looks like the white flag in hand out there on the finish line. So we may be coming towards the closing moments of this moto.
And just over the finish line tabletop is the number 3, Honor Gas Gas Sierra Bull. And your leader through the Texas 12-pack, getting a little bit sideways, but now she's got the white flag out. She can kind of put it on cruise control, but, they don't do that.
No. If you're out front, you ain't cruising anywhere. You're going to keep on charging. And she was just letting that back end go, move around, do what it needed to do, let the suspension do its work. Tinley McCoy going to follow right into that same line there, that nice switchback. Well, you can really see, JP, if you look out over here, that inside section of the VMAX switchback has a beautiful line cut into it. And that's where both of those riders just laid in there and hammered the power.
Right. And look at this. Man, Zoe Moore racing Kyler as they go through the James Stewart ski jump over the number 1 roller.
Yeah, that Dragon's back, and Kyler really closed right back up. Moore started to get away, JP, but Kyler.
Man, she tightened it up,
Yeah.
and we still got a lap to go, so it's going to be exciting for this 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that is definitely a battle that's going to go right down to the checkered flag.
Because, right now, Hannah Jameson's Color Me Gone,
Yeah, she got that good start and just laid down some fast laps out front. Fast lap on lap 2 at 2:37.1, and she's been right in that same range.
Yeah, so like Tinley McCoy in second with the 17-second lead. She has a Hannah Jameson has a 17-second lead over Tinley McCoy, and Zoe Moore and Racing Kyler are wheel to wheel.
Yeah, not even a half a second separating them.
Right, as they go around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, and Zoe Moore heading towards the Dunlop drop with Racing Kyler out of Florida right behind her. They make that left-hand sweeper. They'll roll over the number 5 roller.
What a good battle that is, JP.
It's so cool. And all these kids, man, they're friends. They race together. The camaraderie is so cool.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing. Yeah, they'll have this tooth and nail battle, and you'll watch them roll off, fist bump each other.
Then go over to get an ice cream.
Yep, and go do it again. All right, so about a half a lap left to go for the rider on the 57 Gas. Hannah Jameson, the Fox B Motos Lab, Dunlop, Lynx Racing, Sunshine State MX Game Moto FMF ride on her way to starting off the week right with a moto win here for the girls 65 to 85, 9 to 13. And here is your leader. One more run through that Texas 12-pack into the VMAX switchback, and that's the checkered flag for Hannah Jameson. So Jameson, a solid performance there to take the moto win. Tinley McCoy going to hang on to that second spot, it looks like. Looking for the 22 to make her way through the rollers. And there's Tinley, and let's watch this battle here. Zoe Moore and Racing Kyler coming into the Texas 12-pack. Who is going to hang on to it? Looks like Moore still in that third spot, JP. Yep, she's going to hang on and take third. So Kyler will round it in fourth, looking for Kenzie Watine to round out your top 5. And we are going to get ready now to talk to our moto winner with Dean Dias down there on the podium. We'll send it to you, Dean.
Yeah, I'm up here with Hannah Jameson. Hannah, you got to be super stoked with that win right there. How'd it go?
It went good. Track's pretty gnarly. It's slick and muddy, and it's also really good in some spots, so it's hard to adapt to.
Yeah, that's actually really good. Pretty challenging for you racers, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of people helping you, a lot of support behind you. So tell me, who is helping you out?
Fox, Alex from Fox, Matt Mora, B's Moto Lab, Greg Albertson, Game Moto, Sunshine, Rob Novak from Sunshine, Teresa as well, T-Rex, Dunlop, Rob Fox, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give her Hannah Jameson. Get it done here in the girls' class. What do we got coming up next?
All righty, Dean, thank you. We got the 125C riders lined up on the gate. So 125C race 27 in the order going to come off the gate next. 2 card goes sideways, and here we go.
Oh, it's Hudson Short on the 229 out of Smithville, Texas. Fly Racing, WPS TJ Cycles out of Austin, Texas, and many others.
And then the 05 Kylan Bells into second. All right, so top two riders there working through. Hudson Short and Kylan Bells. And here we go, looking down into that turn right up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn section. Short on the Husqvarna out front.
You know, he's another rider I watch on PW50s, could barely get around the track. Then I got a 65, Yamaha 65, got a little better. Then he got a YZ85, got a little better. Then jumped on the 125s, and he's really, really ripping.
You know, some riders ride the big bike better. I've noticed that. You get some riders who are kind of just mid-pack on the minis. They do okay, but nothing outstanding. Then they get on the big bike, and it really suits them.
And, you know, he likes it. He goes, man, it's not that it's that much faster, but he goes, it handles so much better.
Yeah, and it looks like Cole Trinkle making the move into third on the 265. Yamaha rider working up in there. All right, so lead pack of riders heading down the hill, going to make their way down to that big Loop 27 as we look over the shoulder of these riders working down the Freestone Freeway. Beautiful overhead shot there. As you see this, starting to see the lines develop. Got about 10 options there, JP.
I was just thinking about that, how that has progressed so far early in the day. Like I said, it's always challenging, but we're going to do something different today. We're going to everybody ride on the same track and call it motocross.
There you go.
Have a nice day.
You know, it's interesting when you start to look at that overhead shot, you get to see the lines, and then 2 minutes from now, those lines are all going to be in different spots.
Yeah. Especially when we get a couple big bike classes out here.
So there is the 229 Husqvarna ride. Hudson Short out front. Kylan Bell's in the second spot, and it is indeed the 265 of Cole Trinkle in third. 225, Tyler Kubik running in fourth, and we got a battle for fifth. Right now, the 53 of Ryden Ramos has got it.
Over the 539 of Willem Povid.
Yeah, Willem Popoff in that sixth spot. Aiden McKenzie in seventh. Kate Ulrich in eighth. Owen Stoddard, the 444 Yamaha rider. He's another New England rider coming down to play in Texas. He's in ninth. And Ike Anderson, the 615, going to round out the top 10.
Could be Ian Anderson, Aqualung.
There you go.
I always liked that.
Little
band.
Jethro Tull reference for you there.
They had their moment in music.
Many
years.
The only time a flute has been a lead instrument in rock and roll. All right, again, looking at Hudson Short coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn section, going to drop down to that big left-hander. They call it the Dunlop drop. We're looking over the shoulder at Kylan Bells right now.
Kylan Bell's trying to keep him in sight as they go over 5 into 6 in the shock sweeper. It's still Hudson Short on the 229 Husqvarna out front by the way of Smithville, Texas. And then Kylan Bells, Cole Trinkle. That is your top three, and they're got a little bit of distance between third and fourth. And fourth place is going to be Kyler Kubik.
And yeah, looking at that shot as they head down into the Loop 270. Oh, rider right on the top of that jump. Everybody doing a good job of giving respect to that Red Cross flag there. So hopefully that rider going to be all right. And here we go, back up the hill, JP.
You know, it's so funny because you look at this and he makes it look so smooth, but we know it is rougher than we want.
It does look smooth.
Well, I guess they got his suspension dialed in. Of course, his dad knows a few things about a few things.
There you go. He's done a couple of laps, you're saying?
Yeah, a little something.
Yeah, let's face it, if the guy can ride a rim through the desert, we know he knows how to ride.
Only guy in Supercross history to get third gear starts and make it work.
So Hudson Short got them hand guards on the front of that Husky.
And in second place, 05, Kylan Bells.
Yep, still look like Cole Trinkle still running in third there, JP.
Yep, 1, 2, and 3.
So looking at Hudson Short working through the mechanics area turn here as you look over the shoulder on the drone shot. And you get a chance to see, look at the gap that he has built up already. That is what a 3.5 second gap looks like, folks. There's your second place rider, Kylan Bells. Bells trying to use that midline, heading down to that double down section. The triple D, if you will.
Triple D. Diners, drive-ins, and dives.
So Bells trying to close the gap up on Hudson Short, but right now they are separated by about a half a second in terms of lap times. 2:30.2 for Short and 2:30.7 for Bells.
And right now your leader going through the Dunlop drop, Hudson Short. And then still, like I said, right behind him is the 05 KTM rider, Kylan Bells. And they're actually pulling a little bit of time between third place, Yamaha Matter, number 265, Cole Trinkle. It's really nice to see some of the new sections of the track. It's kind of exciting to see how the bikes react and handle through it.
Yeah, they've really done a good job of just a few tweaks that will make a big difference in the racing program. Like we were talking, that turn into the Blake Baggett berm there, they've kind of just pushed it out a little bit. That changes the angle you need to get at so you can get the lift.
Yeah, plus the Freestone Freeway, they put the little whoops in there. It makes it kind of exciting. A lot of guys are wheeling through that. So it's a kind of a visual pleasure.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And, of course, the Dragon's back after the James Stewart ski jump. I love those sections.
It's so cool because it goes.
Yeah, and the line choice, too. You get a lot of different options of how to approach that obstacle. Every rider kind of picking their own way. We're still looking at the 05 ride of Bells down the hill into the big Loop 270, throwing a little dirt up onto the drone there. So Hudson Short, Kylan Bells, Cole Trinkle, Kyla Kubik, and Aiden McKenzie still top five. Hey, folks, don't forget, race number 28 is not a division race. 250B 12 Plus Limited is a single gate drop, not a division race. So the 125C riders on the track right now, the next moto off the gate, 250B 12 Plus Limited, is not a division race. Both of those division classes need to be lined up as a single gate drop.
Speaking of drops, through the Dunlop drop, it's Hudson Short as he rolls over 5 into 6, stretching out his lead a little bit over the 05 KTM rider, Kylan Bells.
Smooth as silk on the Segway there, JP. Love that.
I mean, it just looks like fun going, kind of wheeling through that little loop section on the Freestone Freeway.
If you're Hudson Short, it's fun. If I were to try to do it, it would not be fun. It would be messy.
Hey, it'd be fun for us.
It'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you a challenge, though.
There you go.
Really.
So, again, 125C riders out on the track. We've got 250B 12 Plus Limited next off the gate, and that's not division racing. That's a single gate drop. Race 29 is division racing in the 85 9-12 Limited, and right after those divisions, we're going to send the Open Pro Sport out for their sight lap. Also, if you want to do a group sight lap, you want to be down in staging at that point as well. But again, Open Pro Sport riders, you need to be making your way down to staging as your race is coming up.
Make sure to make your way over to the food court. Breakfast is being served. And, of course, go check out Performance Alley Vendor Row with all our fine vendors. And right now, feeling fine, and it's time for a Hudson Short to take that white flag. 1 lap remaining. White flag is out.
Boy, he has been consistent all the way through, JP. His fast lap was a 2:28. Right now he's at a 2:30, and he did 2:30 laps the last couple times around, and really just maintaining the pace out front. Bells continues second, and Trinkle in third.
I was talking to Hudson yesterday. He was having a tough time, and he was wasn't in great spirits. But now he's, I said, man, it's just racing. Don't take it personal, man.
No.
Just let it go behind you. And obviously today he's got a different attitude and altitude.
Well, there you
he's
go.
out front right now in the 125C class.
What a difference a day makes, huh?
Absolutely. And it's so cool to see Mom here, Jackie Hudson Short. Like I said, we talked about this. She raced at Billadilla in the Winter Series and on a 125 KTM and got the whole shot and never looked back.
Word has it that if Hudson doesn't do as well as he thinks he should, when he goes back to the pit, it's not Andrew he's got to worry about.
It's Mom.
And if Andrew doesn't do as well, he also has to worry when he goes back there.
Oh, yeah.
She'd be giving him some heck.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's so cool, so laid back, so humble.
So looking over the shoulder here as we look at the 229 of Hudson Short down the Freestone Freeway. Letting that Husqvarna bike work. Really nice line to the outside there. JP is just going to hit that outside berm. And Hudson just doing exactly what he needs to do. Nice smooth to the downside of that double. Not able to triple up.
Kind of one thing that crosses my mind. I wonder if Andrew sits down with him and goes, hey, this section here, you might want to move to the left a little bit, right a little bit. I don't know, but maybe.
I'd have to think he would, but because of the different size of bikes, maybe there are things that don't translate quite as well.
Yeah.
But like you said, for Andrew to be able to say, hey, listen, when it gets rough or when you do see this, you want to move over this way, because he can tell him how the track is going to shape up with all that experience.
Yep, absolutely, man. So questions in mind.
There you go.
Yep. All right, checker flag comes out through the VMAX switchback. It's the 229 out of Smithville, Texas. Hudson Short will take that checkered flag in the 125C race number 27 on the line, race number 28, Division 1. No divisions. 250B class on the line, race 28. And we're going to jump into Open A Pro Sport.
There you go. So Hudson Short getting the win there in the 125C. And he is going to work his way up onto the podium there. Going to pop that helmet off. Look at him throw that bike up on the stand. We'll let him get situated down there as the 2 card goes up for the 250 riders, and we will send it down to Dean down on the podium.
We'll just photo take off real quick. I'm here with Hudson Short. Hudson, man, getting it done out there in the 125C class. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels great. The track's super fun. And yeah, I got off to a good start and just kind of rode my race.
Yeah, man, rode your own race. And are you riding any of the bigger classes or just 125 classes this week?
Just 125 classes.
Awesome, man. I can't wait to see you. Are we going to see you out there some Schoolboys?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, who would you like to thank? Who's making this all possible for you?
Fly Racing, Fuel Factory, Graphics Guys, TJ Cycle, and C Concepts, T-Rex Throttles, and just everyone that helps me out. Thank you.
Awesome, guys. Give it over Hudson Short. Get it done there in the 125C class. We got a big one out there, boys. What do you see in the Stasic Tower?
Got a solid pack of 250B riders. Carson Wood breaking the streak from Max Shane. So Carson Wood taking the whole shot. Max Shane sits in the second spot. And it is indeed the 105 of Franklin Bowser, I believe, in that third spot. Riders heading down into the Blake Baggett berm, that triple step-up section now. And yeah, no division racing here in the 250B. Turns out they had 40 riders instead of over 40. So we lined them all up together, JP. We've got a full gate of 250B.
It's kind of crazy to see that many bikes on the track, man. All at once, it's just like traffic in Houston, Texas.
Well, I've never been to Houston, but I know out here the traffic is bad.
Dallas is bad too. Austin is worse.
I have been in Dallas traffic, and I can vouch for that, boy. Yes. It took me about 3 hours to go 40 feet.
Well, I mean, first of all, nobody can drive, and then they're on their phone. They're not paying attention. They can't judge distances.
Right, here we
they
go.
should ride motocross. I don't get it.
Here we go.
Speaking of motocross,
Carson Wood, the Star Racing Yamaha ride out front. Matt Shane giving chase. It is indeed the 105 of Boucher into third. 231 moving up into the fourth spot early on. That is going to be Trinity Batchelor. Talon Staggs, Aiden Zing, Gavin Moon, 6th, 7th. Chase Lawton in the 8th spot on the 50. Wyatt Harrington, the 24 in 9th. And Carter Roberts going to round out your top 10. And look at that, JP. Parker Shields just outside the top 10 on lap 1. And you know, Wyatt Harrington, the rider on the 24, he was up early in the earlier moto. He was up in third, ended up dropping the bike, had to charge back to qualify. And he right now has put himself in a much better spot. So looking at your leader over the shoulder here, heading down to the Dunlop drop, coming out of that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Second place rider right there, that's Max Shane. Your leader just ahead of him. You can see the Star Racing Yamaha ride. Down the Freestone freeway we go. And that's one freeway where there is never a traffic jam.
that is true. Maybe this one almost on the first lap.
There you go. We had to use a turn signal if you were going to move over.
But you know, it looks like a lot of guys are taking this outside lane, going down the Freestone freeway, as like the middles are getting a little bit chopped up. Nobody's going to the right-hand side, but I guess it sets them up better for the bike back at berm turn.
There's a few that you can see, just a few people on the inside, but I don't think it's by choice. Like you said, I think there's so many riders on the track, you have to move over.
Boy, these big bikes are going to make it a little bit more exciting. Change up the lines, definitely, and that's the exciting part of motocross.
Oh, yes, it is. And right now we're getting ready to look at your leaders charge up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And we're watching for Carson Wood up and over the top of the FMF power wall. Max Shane kind of floating the top of that.
You know, it's cool that they just skim across the top of the whoops. Just like a Supercross. And unless you've ever been on a floor, you have no idea how deep those whoops are. They're like 5 foot or more.
You know, when my son was racing on the 85, we had a chance to go down to the Atlanta Supercross in 2008. And we did that track walk, and he was just stunned, mouth open.
Wow.
Just, he's standing in the middle of the whoops, and it's like, these things are up to my shoulder.
Yep, and it's just crazy. I mean, for us, man, look at this, getting sideways, swapping back and forth. That's the 20. I think that's Parker Shields. But, man, he came through the 12-pack and did like a couple swaps, then kind of almost fell over, but pushed the throttle and saved it.
There you go. Acceleration is your friend.
Then again, Carson Wood going through the Dunlop drop, followed by the 79 of Max Shane.
Yeah, here comes Wood back towards us here. Up and over number 6.
You know, it seems like they just keep going faster and faster and faster. So Carson Wood with the fast lap time of 2:12 on lap number 2. Max Shane's running a 2:13. Franklin Bowser a 2:17. Trinity Bocello is a 2:18. Talon Staggs 2:19. And many others.
Yeah, again, there definitely are many others out there.
There is in this one, many others.
All right, so right after the 85 Division 2, so we've got 2 divisions of 85, 9 to 12 off the gate next. After that second division, we're going to send the Open Pro Sport for their sight lap, and then we'll do a group sight lap for anyone who's got races coming up, so you can head to staging. Then we'll line up the Open Pro Sport and drop the gate from Moto 2 for the Open Pro Sport riders.
And also a little bit about FCA Motocross. They got an FCA camp coming up in May 29th, 30th, and 31st at Underground. For more information, get over there and talk to Ethan Hughes or Teddy Hughes. I don't know if Ethan's here yet, but they have live band, meals, fun games. It's a really cool deal. I've been to a couple of them. And, man, everybody has a great time. And Yeah, so go over there, and if you're interested, go check it out.
Yeah, great to have them here, part of the program. There's your third place rider over the finish line jump, Franklin Bauscher. Trinity Bachelor on the 231 continues in fourth. And it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of a battle going on here between Gavin Moon and Callan Staggs for fifth. Chase Lawton trying to join the party as well on the 50 Yamaha.
There's 29 on McCaden Fitch, fouled by Parker Shields and Drew Roberts.
All right.
10th, 11th, 12th.
Looking at your leader again, coming back to the inside, the 260 Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride. Carson Wood stretching that out a little bit. Hammering that outside line, heading down the Freestone Freeway. And man, he is very consistent with his line choice. You can see Carson.
Obviously, it's the fast line.
Oh, yeah.
Outside.
Yeah,
but it's
definitely.
interesting that Shane started in the middle, moved over to the left to get the smoother line.
So battles all through the field here in the 250B 12 plus limited. 35 riders on the track.
So a lot of action right now on this race 250B plus on this national caliber track.
And again, picking up the leader here on the Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride, Carson Wood around the Team Cramp corner, charging his way up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And there is Wood going to pop up over the FMF power wall.
We should be seeing him coming down that Texas 12-pack, and there he is. Carson Wood on the Blue Crew Yamaha, way out front. And that's something to say over Max Shane, because Max is always in the top three. What a fantastic rider. So let's see, we got about...
Yeah, 8 seconds.
So 8 seconds.
And
I was kind of hesitating to see if it was going to change.
You know,
anymore.
JP, I think the key on this one was that Max Shane has been getting hole shots all week. And this time around, Carson Wood grabbed that hole shot and kind of switched up the game on Max Shane a little bit, so he's had to play catch-up. And again, certainly no slouch at all on that 79 Husky, but the start maybe have made the difference.
Yep, he actually rode quite a few of the rounds of the Winter Series. I'm not sure if he did all of them, but he had a presence in ones I went to.
Yeah, so there you go.
I got to go to 4 or 5. One of them at undergrad I couldn't make, but man, what a fantastic series. We had great turnouts at each one of them. The weather was inclement, of course, at Freestone, round 1 and round 5, but all the other rounds were sunshiny, beautiful. You had to wear suntan lotion, umbrellas.
Break out that bikini, did you, JP?
I was hoping.
The mankini.
Hey, I just didn't want to scare everybody off the track and the facility.
All right, so following this battle through the field here. Oh, rider going down. 2 riders down. They tangled up right by the mechanics area. Caught that on the drone shot. And look at the bikes are stuck together. Yeah, the bikes are stuck together out there. So Carson Wood on the 260 making his way through as we just caught the little mishap there between 2 riders going to the mechanics turn. So it looks like that was the 111 of Connor Rosiak and the 204 of Felipe Cuerno Costa, who got tangled up there. They were 16th and 17th, so that is not where you want to be, and now they're even farther back. So took a little while to get those riders going, but as we continue to follow the battles here on the drone, So working well past the halfway point. We're going to do 7 laps here for the 250B 12 plus. And we're getting ready to put lap 6 to bed, so should be looking at the white flag the next time we see that Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha ride of Carson Wood.
You are correct. The white flag is coming out. So our riders that went down by the mechanics area, they're both good. One of them a little bit bruised and battered, but glad they're all right. Connor Rozak exactly got up and he got back on the track. As we wind down this 250B 12 plus class, coming up is going to be Division 1 85cc 9 to 12 limited.
Yeah, and don't forget, Open Pro Sport riders are going to go after the 85 divisions. So Open Pro Sport, you should be in staging right now.
Yes, right now we need both 85cc classes down to the line, Division 1 on the line, Division 2 in staging. That's the 85cc 9 to 12 limited.
Yeah, and we need Open Pro Sport in the staging area right behind them because they're going to do their sight lap after the 85 9 to 12 limited Division 2. So Open Pro Sport riders get suited and booted and get down to staging.
And there's the white flag, Carson Wood, one more time. White flags out, indicating 1 lap remaining. Carson Wood way out front. And we'll give you the exact time. So he's got about a 10-second lead over Max Shane. Carson Wood, your leader, Yamaha Blue Crew.
Yeah, look at this, though. The gap between Shane and Bauscher, second and third, is 19 seconds.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, the top two, those early laps, they were able to pull away, JP. And
like we've talked about time and time again, man, when you're out on the track, if you're out front, you can maximize the most amount of time, and that's what these riders did.
so beautiful shot over the shoulder of Carson Wood here into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He is going to work through this final lap and on his way to a checkered flag. So the Dunlop drop, nice move to the inside. So Wood working through that inside section up and over number 5. And heading down the Freestone Freeway. A little bit of lap traffic in front of him, but he's going to be able to get through there pretty cleanly, JP. See, he's going to go wide there, let those lap riders do their thing. Now he'll figure out how to get through.
Yeah, right now he just needs to be ride smart and get to that checkered flag and watch out for the lap riders, and should be all good.
Yeah, and you notice he did that. He just faded out. All right, let these guys sort out their jump. Now I'll work around them. And again, look at him down there through the big loop 270, using that inside line and that sweeping turn.
That looks like the line right now, Don.
There you go, down to the bottom of that team cramp turn.
And back up towards Cemetery Hill.
Here we go, JP, a run to the roses.
That is it, man. He's on the down home straight. Home straight, feeling great on the 260 Yamaha Blue Crew machine. It's going to be Carson Wood as he negotiates through the VMAX switchback. Bam! That's your winner.
Fist bump over the finish there. He is psyched, as well you should be.
He deserves that, and that was a great expression.
Well, Max Shane going to go to work, I'm sure, in the second half, try to figure out a way to get around him. But solid second place performance.
Yeah. And we're going to send it on down to Dean Dias on the podium. Down to you, Dean.
We're going to let him get situated down there. I can see Carson still popping that bike off there. Going to take the helmet off. Got to get all the hats. Got to get the goggles. Get everything situated. Carson is got to be pretty happy with that performance. That was a solid ride all the way through. So we'll give him a few moments to get situated down there. So Carson Wood, Max Shane, Franklin Bauscher, Trinity Bachelor, and Talon Staggs are going to be your top 5. And we are going to get ready now to send it on down to the victory podium here. And Dean Dias to talk to our moto winner. Dean, we will send it down to you, sir.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much. That moto right there was an amazing ride. And, like, I don't know if you realize it, but you ran a 2:10 out there on this track that's supposed to be considered a little bit deep. That's just, like, about the fastest lap time, even in the practice stage. How'd you do it?
Well, I got off to a whole shot finally. Made it easy on myself. I kind of set the pace early, so I learned some really good lines. And at the end, I found some other lines that could have been better. I could have went faster, but yeah, I just found my groove and took off.
Yeah, man, that was an awesome ride for sure. Do you think you can maybe break into the 209? You haven't seen it yet.
Shoot, maybe.
I'd love to see it, man. Well, I know you want to get back, get ready for your next one. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Mazda Energy, Star Racing Yamaha, Pro Taper, Thor, Alpine Stars, my mechanic, and everyone else helping me and God keep me safe.
All right, there you go. Carson Wood getting done at Soon to Be Limited. What do we got on the track now, guys?
All righty, thank you very much there, Dean. The 127, that is Joey Vicari with the whole shot. He's going to run out front. Looks like the 467K Nightingale in third, trying to chase down the second place ride. So we got 85 9-12 limited Division 1 on the track. Again, Vicari with the whole shot there. Division 2 of the 85 is going to be next off the gate, and then Open Pro Sport. You should be in staging right now. Open Pro Sport. Your sight lap will go out after the second division of 85s, and then we'll do that group sight lap for anyone who's got a moto coming up that wants to do it. And hey, folks, don't forget the event T-shirts here for the 2025 Spring Championship on sale at the Tower. They are while supplies last, $20 for those James Stewart 2025 Spring Championship T-shirts. So head down to the registration window now.
Well, here he comes, our race leader, the 127, going to make his way over the finish line here.
Yeah, Carter Gray, the 698 into second. It is indeed the 467, a Nightingale in third. On the 132, that's Gavin Welsen in the fourth spot. And looks like the 24, Steinbrecher, going to round out your top five there, Luke.
Well, Murdy comes across there on the 630 there in sixth with Pruitt on the 173 and seventh and eighth. Liam Ashlin, Kyler, racing Kyler on the number 254 and round in the top 10s, the double nickel of Adam Graham.
So 85 9-12 limited riders working through their first lap, green flag flying. Starting to see a little bit of a breeze picking up out there.
It is, but we got this cloud cover once again, a little heavier today. It's keeping that juice in there. Track came in really nicely yesterday, and it was really cool later in the day looking at the shadows coming across there, and today it's coming in incredibly well.
Yep, nice kind of a flatter light like that makes it much easier for the riders.
Absolutely, takes those shadows out of it a little bit. Race leader driving down the hill there, fixing to head into that left-hander up over number 5.
And if you're looking at that overhead shot on the drone or on the broadcast there, you get a chance to see the beautiful expanse there. Very picturesque shot of the Freestone County Raceway track. Again, all the racing action live streamed here on XR Media. You can head on to XR's page. You can also go to the Freestone YouTube page or freestonemx.com to pick up the link. Next best thing to be in here, Luke.
I'm telling you, it makes it really incredible to be able to be in your homeland watching your grandkids or your kiddos or your friends or your foes even.
And here we are looking at the battle for second and third over that triple step up. Both riders going to use the outside line.
Carrying great speed around that outside.
Yeah, really blasting down the hill. And now we're really starting to see some lines develop in that Loop 270 section. You can pick out probably 7 or 8 distinct solid lines you can see there. So riders got plenty of options down there.
They do. A lot of them still leaning towards that tight inside. It's still relatively smooth in there. It hasn't really got those acceleration bumps in there just yet.
Well, you know, they all want to make the track as short as possible.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure their trainers all tell them, get those inside lines. But before long, yeah, you're going to have to switch it up because it may not be as quick.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And you start coming to the back markers, that's when we'll see the guys have to start leaving those lines It was fun yesterday watching the riders when they would get a little bit of a margin on the rider in second. You would see him start shopping, start looking around, trying to find stuff for today as the 127, Joey Vicari, comes across on the KTM out front with a 2:32 lap time.
Making the most of that good start.
Yeah, the clear vision.
So Cade Nightingale still working on Carter Gray, trying to get that second spot. Steinbrecher a little bit back in fourth. And then it looks like the 630, Mason Murdy going to pick up a spot, getting around Welzin.
I think Welzine may have had an issue. He's dropping.
Yeah, I don't see him coming around quite yet, so we'll pick up where he is. That looks like he's right there. So Welzin had a little trouble, the 132 out of the top 10.
Ouch. Well, like you say, Murdy there in fifth, so Aslan, Pruitt, Kyler, Graham, and Hill, that's going to round the top 10.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is a division race, so you got to be top 16 to go directly into the second half without having to make a trip to the LCQ. And right now, the 94, Jackson Wright, the KTM rider, holds that ticket. Got a little bit of a gap back to the 17th place rider, but he's got to stay there or move forward.
Yeah, Liam Levering just outside the bubble there, so he's in that 17th spot. And like you say, he's 7 seconds off of Wright, so he's got his work cut out for him.
So this is, again, Division 1 of the 85 9-12 Limited. Division 2 next off the gate. Open Pro Sport. Your sight lap is going to go right after the next race, so you need to be in staging right now. And then if you want to do a sight lap, the rest of the race order, anyone who's got a moto coming up, get down to staging. We'll send you out right after the Open Pro Sport sight lap. And we'll load the pros back in the gate and see who's going to shape up to take a win in Moto 2 for the Open Pro Sport.
That wheels on the ground sight lap, I love
right.
it. Giving these guys an opportunity to go out and check out the track a little bit, but that is a wheels on the ground. Want to remind you guys.
Yeah, moms and dads, if you got younger riders, please let them know that the sight lap is not a race lap. And kids, let your dad know, too, that if he's racing, that sight lap is a sight lap, not a racing lap.
Yeah, it's a privilege to get the sight lap, and, we want to take full advantage of this opportunity and the privilege of it, but we want to keep it safe. And there's multiple classes out there, and there's just no way that we should be out there running this thing like a race. It's wheels on the ground.
Yep.
There he comes, Joey Vicari. One more time across, clicking off a 2:31 that time, so he's continued to put the heat down, the 6:98 right there in the number 2 spot, Carter Gray. Matching his lap time there, so Carter Gray, if he can find a second or two here and there, he may have time to really mend. But right now, that 6.6 second margin, he's got his work cut out for him. Nightingale coming across there in third.
Yeah, the problem with this one, Luke, is that they're doing 5 laps. Lap 3 is complete, so he does not have a lot of time to chip away. He's got to make it happen.
Yeah. Well, you've talked about it a lot this weekend. Those starts are huge, and Vicari taking care of getting these starts in here today and has put himself in a great spot to not have to be pulling tear-offs.
Well, this is a heat race, so these guys, if they're in the top 3, 5, they're going to get decent gate picks going in. So, no reason to try to go crazy and put yourself on the ground, but it would be nice, I'm sure, if Carter Gray could get around. But Joey Vicari don't want anything to do with that.
Totally agree. And looking down here, we still got Jackson Wright there in that number 16 spot. So he's the last one to transfer through with Levering, Lusk, Jukes, Cab, and Lascarow giving chase, trying to make their way into the transfer.
Oh, and you catch another rider going down on the drone camera there.
Oh, look at that heart, man.
Running back to the bike. And I don't know if that was Vicari.
It did look like him now that you mention it.
We'll have to take a look because, like I said, I don't want to panic anybody.
Yeah, I think that might be that rider. Is that?
Oh, that might have been.
That is. That's him.
Yeah, I believe that was Vicari who went down.
It absolutely is the 127 machine that went down. He's back on top of the bike, but it looks like he's got some sort of problem, maybe some sort of a mechanical issue or something with the bike.
Yeah, he definitely could have bent something up. So we'll see what happens here with that as we're getting ready for the white flag to come out.
Yeah, what a bummer. Not sure what happened there. Didn't see it happen. Just kind of seen him scooping himself up there. But he's at a schoolyard pace right now. Wheels on the ground. He's doing a side
we'll
lap.
See. Yeah, we'll see. See what the actual story is here. That would be a shakeup.
But talking about the guys down there on the bubble, sometimes that's what it takes to go straight through is just somebody in front of you to have an issue of some sort.
There you go.
White flag in hand here. And it is flying. The white flag is out. Here comes Carter Gray on the 698. He's in that number one spot now after the tip over from Bakari.
And just like that, we talked about an 8-second gap. Well, Carter Gray says, I'll just take that. Thank you. There's the 467 of Nightingale. 24 Steinbrecher going to move to third. We'll see how much damage was done here. As we just happened to catch that on the drone, the overhead shot there caught him, just got pitched off the bike. But yeah, like I said, he was up and running before that bike stopped moving.
Well, these drone pilots, they do an incredible job of staying where the action is. And here comes Bakari. He's off the track, favoring, looks like his left.
Oh yeah, lost the front number plate, and he's holding his left arm down. Oh, that's too bad. Hate to see it. Well, here's the thing, Luke. The only good saving grace to that is this is a heat race. So, all right, he may have to go to the LCQ. If he's okay, he might have to go to the LCQ, but he still has a shot to get on the gate in the second half. Oh, what a bummer to go down out front like that after a great start.
Absolutely. May not be the greatest gate pick to come back for the LCQ, but he knows how to start that. He's a starting rascal, so
it looks like we're going to follow your new leader,
Carter Gray.
And as they say, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But so he got a little bit of luck due to the bad luck of the 127 of Bakari, and you hate to see that for him.
Well, Carter Gray turns the fastest lap of the race that last lap with a 2:31.2.
So he was coming. Maybe that is why you saw that little mistake, because it could have been the fact that, you start to hear the guy coming up behind you. You change up lines or try to do something new. Again, conjecture. We don't know really what the cause was, but we do know that it was a drag for the 127.
Well, as the white flag flies here, race number 29 on the racetrack. We're going to be watching the Open Pros here. They should be on the gate right now.
No, they've got another division of the 85.
We
got
have another
division 2,
division.
then the Open Pro.
Super cool. I'm excited for another division of them because this one was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, the 85s are always pretty good racing, good division racing. They're got these young pilots who've got enough experience to really start dicing it up out there.
Yeah, and the power to the weight ratio of these machines to the riders and their skill sets, like you say, they've got the ability to do some pretty cool stuff.
Yep, that is for sure.
Of course, we've talked about it quite a bit this weekend. I'm having a hard time just getting my mind around what the 50 riders are doing nowadays on the machines.
Yeah, it is a whole different level for sure. And here we go, checkered flag. That is going to be the race win for Carter Gray.
Oh, did you see that fist pump? He was fired up.
Yeah, he wants that win, and he got it. Cade Nightingale, Eden Steinbrecher going to finish at second and third. We're looking for the 630 of Mason Murdy. 173 Kyler Pruitt to round out your top 5 here. So, wow, a change of fortunes there for the 127. And again, hopefully Joey Vicari's all right. We saw him favoring his left arm when he came off. You don't want to see that happen. But now it looks like they're getting things situated down there on the victory podium. So got to get that helmet popped off, get himself all situated, throw that bike up on the stand, and we will get ready to go with the podium down there with Dean Dias. And we'll send it to you, Dean.
Great, man. Making it happen. You put yourself in the right situation, coming in with the win, and got a fast lap time in the moto. How's it feel?
Good. Joey got the good start. Had hands off to him. He was barking, and then he went down, and then I was like, heck yeah, I'm in that first place position, and then just rode my race the rest of the moto.
Absolutely, man. It's racing, right place, right time. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, God keep me safe, Driven MX Training, HGS, Scar Racing, Oakley, 6D, Intech, Recluse, Maxima, Pro Filter, AES, Wasner Pistons, PR2 Suspension, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, give it for Carter Gray, your winner there, the 85, 9-12.
All right, so we're underway here with the 85 9-12 Limited Division number 2. Beckham Smith with the whole shot. Braxton Baldick to 421 in second. Chase Brennan in third. Oh, Austin Keller on the 23 slash in the with the whole shot there. Thought that was Beckham. but it is Austin Keller. Dean Dias will be pretty happy to hear Austin Keller getting the whole shot there. And it looks like Chase Brennan, the 3 Suzuki, trying to charge himself up into that second spot early. Going to work the inside line into the Dunlop drop. Can't quite get there. Still Braxton Baldick in the second spot. And it looks like picking up fourth going to be Jaden Smart on the 4 Yamaha. And there's Smith rounding out the top 5. So 2 number 23s out there. I had to call wrong on that first one, but now we know where Beckham is rounding out the top 5. Good start there, Luke.
Yeah, incredible start from the 23 there, the 23 slash rather, Austin Keller. Got to visit with him a little bit the other night. Man, a great young man. Greasy on the mic and really greasy on the start, man. That's pretty.
That's the way you want to do it. He pulled one yesterday, too, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We'll have to have Dean ask him if he gets down there on the podium what his secret is.
Yeah.
And then he can say, it's you, Dean, it's you.
Well, we tried to throw him some meatballs so he could tear Dean apart, but he was nothing but gracious to Dino.
Oh, never ever make fun of your trainer. That can be make for a very long week.
Yeah, a lot of push-ups could follow that one.
Well, I know Austin's also working with the folks at MTF now, so they're, I'm sure, also pretty happy to see him get off the gate like that.
Absolutely.
All right, looking at your leaders coming around the team cramp corner. And here we go, back up to the top of the hill. Looking for him over the FMF Powerwall, there is Austin Keller. And there's the 421 ride of Baldock. Smart making the move to third. Brennan will drop back to fourth. And there is Beckham Smith rounding out the top 5.
Well, they're in 6th. We got the 55 of Wiles, followed by Aiden McKitty on the 129. They're in 7th, and then the 914. Gresher, Hat in 9th, and round in the top 10, number 9, Ryden Hansen.
We got a pretty good field here in lap 2. Now again, another pretty competitive gate for the 85 9-12. Like you said, we'll get a chance to see some good racing here.
Well, this is just a heat, man. That's what's really crazy is we got the top guys from the last one and the top guys in this one. We're going to put them all together here later on this weekend, and I think it's going to be a fun one to look at.
Mix them all together, shake it up, and see who's going to come out with the lead. Well, I'll tell you right now, what we're looking at next is the Open Pro Sport practice, and that is going to be an interesting one to watch as well.
Absolutely.
So Open Pro Sport rider is going to go out for a sight lap. That'll be your sight lap before your moto, and then you'll line back up in the gate. We will send a group sight lap after the Open Pro Sport riders head out for theirs. And again, that group sight lap is a wheels on the ground sight lap, no jumping stuff. And then we will line the Pro Sport riders up and see what we can get out of them for Moto 2 in the Open Pro Sport.
Smart continuing to keep the pressure on Baldick. He's still there in 3rd. Got Baldick in front of him last time through. They were 1.9 seconds back, and he is not that far off the back wheel of Baldick right now to make the way to the black bag at berm.
Yeah, you know, he's following right in the same mid-line. That looks to be the preferred line right now. So Smart just trying to keep himself pushing forward. You don't want to risk getting out into something you're not familiar with and may end up costing you some time.
Yeah, there's some places that you could kind of bail out of that main line. Oh, we got a tip over. I think Smart may have just went over.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So he
down.
tipped
He's
over
back
there.
up and riding away, but he gave up several positions there. It looked like maybe him and Chase Brennan may have got into each other there.
Could be. Both riders going for that line, and 2 men can enter, 1 man leaves.
Yep.
As we follow the action out front, heading down to the team cramp corner. And here we go, back to the top of the hill, looking for him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill. There's your leader into the FMF Powerwall. And yeah, these riders on the 85, they picked up on that little step down over the Powerwall. So they land on the downside of that. It gives them a great entry speed into the rollers.
Well, Baldick has rolled up on the back wheel of Keller now, so the race is on here for the number 1 spot. They come up over the finish line. 1.1 seconds back is Baldick off Keller.
Yep, so Brennan going to inherit 3rd again. Beckham Smith and Jane Smart only losing a couple of spots, and he's immediately on the charge.
Wow.
Getting going again.
Well, we've seen one of the riders went down earlier, and he was in a dead sprint back to his bike, and there's a lot to be said for that hustle in its own.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And it looks like Smart may have just taken taking a position away from Beckham Smith.
Oh, he's been working on him. Yeah, I think he did get him, Luke.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just powered down that straightaway over there.
So following the riders through the double down section, going to make that left-hand ride up into the Leonard Skinnard oak tree.
Looks like Baldick going to try to take that outside line, carry the momentum around. He's going to be inside now down here at the bottom of the hill, but it looks like Keller going to come across, take that inside line away.
Yeah, a little cat and mouse going on now.
Great race.
It's good to see that, but here's the problem with it. They start kind of trying to stop each other for momentum.
Yep.
You're going to let
Watch that
Chase
Suzuki
Brennan
start roll up on him.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Next thing you know, you got a three-rider battle.
Sign me up. I like it. Making their way down through the left-hander, the Blake Baggett berm, charging hard up the hill for the Texas three-step. Still Keller out front of Baldick. Brennan a little ways off, but like you say, if they keep battling, he'll roll up on them.
And I think we may have lost the 4 of Smart again.
I think you're right. It looks like that could be him.
Yeah, I think he had another little issue out there because I don't see him
gave
up towards the front.
He just went over the Texas three-step. That's him dropping off right there.
So a little bit of trouble there for this moto for the number 4 Yamaha ride.
Yeah, it looks like he gave up another 3 positions there after he got back around the 23 of Smith. Then something happened, and he gave up 3 spots.
So here's the battle for the lead. Down to the bottom of the Team Grant corner, Austin Keller, Braxton Baldick duking it out, trying to get the win here in the 85 9-12 Limited Division 2.
Looked like Baldick went way outside there and had a little bit of a bobble, a little bit of a hiccup, like the front end just kind of stuck in some soft stuff.
Well, that's an example of a rider not following, so it may not have paid off for him, but he was trying to find another line, trying to get away from the line of the leader.
Well, he didn't lose much because he's right on the back wheel and they come over the finish line right now.
But that's a really good sign to see him doing that because that means he's trying to work his way around, not following anymore. Brendan's still in third.
Well, he turned a 1/10 of a second faster that lap than did Keller. So these guys really closely matched for speed here. Chase Brennan turned a 2:31. Wow, he's on the gas right now. Like you said, as those two battling each other, that's going to allow Brennan to roll up on him, and he just turned the fastest lap of the race here on lap number 3.
There you go, 2:31, a full 2 seconds.
Brennan's
Brennan down.
Oh, no. He is up. He's back on top of the Suzuki, and he's riding away, but he gave up several spots there.
That looks like he's going to be down to about 6th or 7th maybe.
Well, the price he paid for clipping those fastest laps of the race is he was on the ragged edge. And
we got to stop talking about him.
Yeah.
We cursed him.
So that should move Beckham Smith up into the number 3 spot.
Oh, what a battle, though. Here it is. Austin Keller, Braxton Baldick into that Dunlop drop. Keller in the midline. That line worked for him. Like I said, you can see Baldick is just saying, oh, I'm not going to follow.
Yeah.
I got to try to find a different line, work something to make it happen.
That's maturity, man. That's really hard to not want to stay in that main line. So a beautiful thing to see him getting off that main line, knowing that if he's there and something happens in front of him, he's not going to be able to do anything. So he's got to leave that line.
So Beckham Smith now to 3rd, Jaden Smart to 4th.
Smart back to 4th again.
Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be Wiles in 5th. And a battle for the lead into that big Loop 270, that sweeping left-hand turn. Watching him exit that turn, going to come to the top of the hill. Little off-camber right 180. Austin Keller holding the advantage still.
Well, we got to Creed back here in this final transfer spot, back there in 16th. Brockmuller back there on the bubble. He's on the outside there. Bryn Brockmuller going to have to make something happen here. He's 1.7 seconds off the back wheel to Creed, so we'll try to keep an eye on that.
Well, he's got to do it because the white flag is coming out. He's going to have one more shot to get it done.
Right now we're Keller, Baldick, Brennan, Smith, Wiles, Smart, McKitty, Hatt, Brown, Hanson. That's your top 10. They'll look back.
Oh, Keller trying to gauge where his competition is there. You never know.
Well, the clock says he's 1.09 seconds behind.
Not a whole lot of space there. As Austin Keller going to make the left-hand turn into the mechanics area. Baldick trying to work the inside.
Ooh, I like it.
Oh, Keller went the long way around. It puts him back on the inside here. But, man, he gave up a lot of real estate, Luke.
Well, he did. He did. Great line choice on that inside there because, like you say, shorten up the track.
So Baldick going to work to the midline. As you can see, Keller now closing up the inside into the double down section. And there you again see Keller on the inside line. Baldick's going to try to find something to build the momentum. Coming to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn, throwing some roost up onto the drone there.
Love Baldick using every part of the racetrack trying to find anything, any opening.
Here he goes to the inside again. He tried this last time, but you can see Keller kind of fades in and shuts the line down.
Keller feels him back there. He's only a second off, so he knows he's there.
All right, coming towards us, they're going to make that right-hand turn through the shock sock sweeper and down that Freestone freeway. And there you go, inside line for Keller.
Baldick takes that outside again. That's a really smooth line out there in comparison.
You know, that inside line in the sweeper is starting to work in, though, because you're getting a few more riders that are using it, and that might actually be a little smoother at this point.
I think you're right.
So both riders going to double up and step off. And here we go. This battle going to go down the hill one final time. Both riders kind of sticking to the inside. Baldick's got to have something. He's got to come up with something here because we're down to about a quarter of a lap, just a few turns to go, and Austin Keller not inclined to give that lead up.
Well, both these riders clicking off exact same lap times, and so right now it's just a matter of Keller and Baldick. Keller not making any mistakes.
And, you know, just before the turn before that, Baldick kind of dabbed his foot, and it dropped his momentum a little bit.
And that's all it takes. When you're running the exact same lap times, one little hiccup like that can be all it takes.
All right, so here we go, up and over the FMF power wall. And here we go, the run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, here he comes, our race leader, Austin Keller, 23 slash. Looks like he's going to lead it from start to finish. Checker flag flies, and just like that, with a fist pump.
He is definitely psyched. You should be. Oh, man, Baldick ducking his head there. You know he's not a happy rider right now. That opportunity, he was not able to make it happen.
Ooh, coming down to the line here. Here's Beckham Smith. Going to hold on. Jaden Smart kept the pressure on all the way to the end.
Yeah, the number 4, he had to come back to the third, fourth spot like 5 times. So he had his work cut out for him. Dax Wiles will round out the top 5. We're looking for Aiden McKitty, Chase Brennan, Parker Hat, Chase Brown, and Nixon Meineke to round out the top 10. And that is going to do it for 85 9-12 Limited, Division number 2. We are going to have the Open Pro Sport Sight Lap coming out next. Then we'll do a group sight lap after that, and then we'll get back into the racing with the Open Pro Sport Moto 2. Letting Austin Keller get himself situated down there on the podium. Got the bike up on the stand, and we're going to get ready to send it down to Dean Dias down on the podium.
I appreciate you guys. He was up here quick, ready to go. Austin Keller, man. You got a whole shot in the middle. You lined away to the inside. Do you think you're going to be able to come away with the whole shot in this win?
Yeah.
Walk me through that moto a little bit. Did you hear Baldock behind you? Did you make any mistakes? Or did you have a good, clean moto?
I made a few mistakes. He was definitely putting the pressure on, and I was getting a little nervous on the last lap, but we brought it home.
Yeah, definitely. I see you look back a couple of times. Did that make you more nervous, or that give you a little more comfort knowing that you had a little bit of a lead?
A little bit of both, but more comfort because I know how big of the gap is.
Yeah, man, that was awesome. Well, awesome ride. I know you want to get rested up here next, and it'll be probably coming up in the second motos, but tell me who you'd like to thank.
Mom, Dad, just Coach Team Safe, Alpine Star, MX Tire, MTF, Colleen, Brian, Jacob, Motor Bros, Fly Racing, Oakley, Asterisk, everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, get over the 223 machine of Austin Keller.
All right, thank you, Dean. So the Open Pro Sport riders heading out for their sight lap. We will be sending out a group sight lap right after this. And then
now's a good time to go get some refreshments, get something to eat, and then line the fences to check out Open Pro Sport Moto number 2 on race day number 2. 2-2. Hey, also attention to the pits. I'm a knucklehead, and I left my walking cane somewhere. So if anybody's found a walking cane with a bunch of keys and screwdrivers and can openers and a piston on it, it's got all the bling. If you bring it up here, I'd love you a long time.
The Bling Cam.
Yep, so it looks like Diesel Thomas took the win yesterday in Moto 1 in the Open A Pro Sport. Gavin Betts was second, Cade Johnson third, Andrew Short fourth, Cole Timbo fifth, Cole Forbes sixth, Jonathan gets seventh, Anton Nordstrom in eighth, Jaden Surlis in ninth, and Bradley Williams in 10th. And they are doing their sight lap right now. Then we're going to line them up in the gate. And then we're going to do this open sight laps for the other classes. Then we'll get underway with the Open A Pro Sport. Hey, also, guys, we got the James Stewart Spring Championship T-shirts, the 2025 Freestone County Raceway fashion wear. So go down there and check it out. We got a few hoodies left. We got select sizes and colors in the event T-shirts. I've got a couple of them. They're cool. They're fine. So step up and spend a dime.
There you go. $20 for a T-shirt, my friend, is a very good price. So make sure you get those event T-shirts.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the Open A Pro Sport Moto number 2, day number 2 of racing. As we have a open sight lap for the other riders, we got the Open A Pro Sport guys locked and loaded in the gate. Just to be clear,
yeah, it may be confusing for some folks because we swapped the order. Yesterday it was 250A, then Open A. Today it's Open A, then 250A. So take a look at the schedule to clarify whatever your mind is out there. And
it's posted down here at the Stasek Tower of Power registration, or you can check it out online.
So again, Open A Pro Sport going to be next off the gate. Micro Open 4 to 8, race 30. You should head back down to staging. Race 31, the women's 25 plus to staging, and race 32, Super Mini 1, also go down to staging. Those are the riders that are going to be coming out after the Open Pro Sport Moto. All right, so it looks like we're wrapping up this sight lap for the rest of the groups doing it as we send our 2-card out onto the start straight. All right, so sight lap done, JP.
Yep. And once again, man, here was the lineup in Moto number 1, Open A Pro Sport, was going to be Diesel Thomas, Gavin Betts, Cade Johnson, Andrew Short, Cole Timbo, Cole Forbes, Jonathan Getz, Anton Nordstrom, Jaden Serlis, and Bradley Williams, top 10. We're going to see how this plays out. Who's going to be who's going to get the whole shot. Of course, we always look at the veteran, Andrew Short, and we're going to see if he can pull the trigger.
Well, he got the whole shot yesterday, managed to hang on for 5th, so we'll see if he can do it again. But the 3-moto format, JP.
Hey, he's twice as old as most of these guys.
Well, he's got twice as much experience.
Well, but they probably ride a little bit more and train a little bit more. Not that Andrew's not in shape.
No, but you know what? Father Time catches up with all of us, and like I said, that trigger reaction off the gate is never going to go away. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him get another whole shot. We'll see how long he can hang on against these crafty young kids.
Yes, indeed.
But again, I love that 3-moto format because you get a chance to really kind of change up your fortunes. Got to be consistent across the 3 motos. All right, so it looks like we got one more rider finishing out that sight lap. And it looks like that is going to complete our sight laps. I don't know if we have one more rider coming around. Yep, one more. All right, the 2 card is up for the Open Pro Sport. Going to turn that to 1. And here we go. The revs are going to go up. Gate's going to go down.
And we're going to see who can get around that first turn first.
Oh, big pileup.
Andrew Short. Well, we got a pileup in turn 1. This is going to change everything out there. Andrew Short is your leader as he makes that right-hand turn and the left-hand turn over tabletop number 3, back into the Triple D, the Double Down Don section of Freestone Raceway.
So Cole Forbes into second. Thomas on the 5-2-4 in third. We saw him take a win yesterday, so we'll see if he can go to work. And he is already challenging for that second spot. He's going to take it. So Thomas wasting no time making a pass. 51 ride up into 4th. That is Jaden Searles. Looks like Jonathan Getz going to move up into the 5th spot.
It's so funny watching these kids, and Shannon and I announced some 50s like you did. Open A Pro Sport. Oh, my.
That must mean that time is going by, JP.
Yes, it goes by way fast. Faster than what these guys go, and that's just way too fast for me.
Yep. And I've noticed as I've gotten older, it seems to go by quicker and quicker.
Well, it's, I've calculated, actually asked the kids around the campfire, we just live this fast-paced life. They said, hey, we get up at 6:30, we go to school, we come back, we have chores or a job, then we eat dinner, watch a little TV, we crash, and the alarm clock rings.
Do it all again.
Oh, goodness gracious. That's why we're out here doing what we love to do at Freestone Raceway is motocross. At the James Stewart Spring Championship 15th Annual, brought to you by 7 and Tamer.
All right, coming back to the top of the hill, JP Short still holding the lead. Diesel Thomas right there with him, though. Going to see if they can break away from the rest of the field. Diesel Thomas looking to make the move early.
You just kind of wonder what's going through Andrew's mind. Do I really want to push it this hard for this, against this young kid that's, less than half my age?
You know what? I bet he's not thinking that at all. I bet he's thinking, he's got those blinders on. He's thinking checkered flag,
I hope so.
Checkered flag.
I'm with him. Well, it is on the first lap. Andrew Short with the whole shot, and he is your leader, followed by Diesel Thomas. Cole Forbes, that's third slot. Jonathan Getz moves up in the 4th. Cole Timbo in 5th. Jaden Surlis in 6th, Kate Groen in 7th. He's been riding a lot of our series races. Brian Medeiros in 8th, Bradley Williams, Gavin Temple.
And looking at the overhead as they come out of the mechanics area here, heading down the left-hand turn to the double down section. And looking over the shoulder, it looks like of the KTM of Cole Forbes there. Back up into Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Short maintains the gap over Diesel Thomas.
Man, you know, Short is doing everything he can to get away from that young speedster.
I got to tell you, I think that's going to be the key. If he can maintain this pace early on and just try to get away, as we're now looking over the shoulder of Diesel Thomas down that Freestone Freeway. The 524, using that inside line there, going to be able to get the power out. Oh, he's going to fade out to the outside, trying to get everything on that step-up triple, and he does. Now to the inside on that off camber. Shorty getting away. He's starting to fade into the distance here.
This may be his moto. But, you know, it's kind of interesting when you think about what's going on in Diesel Thomas's mind. Hey, there's Andrew Short up in front of me, one of the most famous, best riders ever in history, and he's riding with him. So that's kind of...
Oh, yeah. You got to love that. I mean, that is the cool thing about having these pros come back and, you know, come out here with their kids and things like that. That was always the cool thing when you would see John Dowd show up with his son Ryan at some of the local races, and it would break the hearts of the vet riders, but it was a lot of fun for us.
Oh, yeah. All right, Andrew Short through the VMAX switchback, followed by Diesel Thomas, 3-2-4. And then Cole Forbes on the KTM, then Kawasaki mounted Jonathan Getz.
Look at this, JP. Shorty a 2:15 and Thomas a 2:16. The gap is opening up to 2.5 seconds.
Yep. And we'll see what this lap brings us.
Got to tell you, maybe Hudson went over to his dad after he won that moto and said, all right, what's up? You going to win one now or what?
Yeah. Hey, I did it. It's your turn now, Dad.
All right, again, looking over the shoulder of the rider trying to take that away from him. As they head down along the double down section, going to make the left-hand turn up to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree.
And Andrew Short around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, followed by Diesel Thomas. He goes through the Dunlop drop. He'll make that left-hand sweeper, roll over number 5, keeping a distance over Diesel Thomas. Thomas trying to reel him in. And it looks kind of like a little bit of a yo-yo.
Yeah, that maybe Thomas has closed up a little bit. It does look like it's a little closer than 2.5, but maybe that's that side of the track where Thomas has got some good lines. And over here, it seems like when Shorty gets into that sweeper, that loop 270, he just lays it in there and hammers it.
Maybe he's an old flat tracker we just don't know about.
Gonna get that metal shoe out and start sliding that foot.
Hey, Ken Maley still makes metal shoes.
There you go.
Steel shoes.
All right, we're watching the 524 through that big loop 270. And yeah, look at that. Short is just pulling away in the distance. That's the section, I think, where he's making up the most of his time.
It seems like it. And, of course, time will tell when they come across that finish line by the E-score timing. Big thanks to E-score, Eric, and his team. And here comes Short. Diesel Thomas right behind him. See what live timing says.
Yeah, he does close up a little, JP.
Yes, by over a half a second.
And look at this battle tightening up between Jonathan Getz and Cole Forbes.
3rd, 4th, and 5th, actually. Ooh. Cole Timbo right there on the bubble.
Let me interrupt you guys real quick. There has been a cane with keys turned in to the front gate. Some bozo lost it at the fishing tournament last night. J.P. Parsons, you idiot.
Well, thanks, bozo.
Okay.
Hey, I was busy. I had a long day. my leg wasn't hurting at that time, so back to race action. Let's roll.
There's a lot of love in this room, I can tell you that right now, folks. For you folks listening at home, the amount of love is almost overwhelming.
Hey, do y'all deliver?
All right, picking up the action here. That is Diesel Thomas trying to close up on short into the Dunlop drop. They're going to come over number 5. So Diesel Thomas, he is starting to creep up on Andrew Short. That battle for the lead starting to tighten up. And this is the point in the race where Thomas is starting to really feel comfortable. You can see he's trying to find those lines.
Right there, Andrew pulls away from him a little bit as they make that right-hand turn down the number 8 downhill ski jump, Don, into that Loop 270. Let's see what the line choices are going to be with these riders.
Yeah, and you can see this time around, you can still see Short in the picture, so Thomas has definitely closed the gap. And just trying to charge forward. And many times you've heard it, the riders, some of the pro riders, they would rather be that guy in second right now, give them a chance to chase, and then when the time is right, pull the trigger. Oh, drone down. He survived.
Drone hit a tree limb, but he twisted it and got it back on track.
There you go.
Thank you, John and Scott. Yeah, they hit a rut. Area 51. Speaking of rut, it's rut roll for Andrew Short. Diesel Thomas on the charge. Now making up almost a half a second. A minute 3.
So not only is the track getting a little rough, the skies are getting a little rough there for the drones. So Shorty trying to deal with the 524 of Diesel Thomas, and the gap is down to 1.3.
Yesterday we watched this first Open Pro Sport Moto, Don and JB, and kind of mentioned how Andrew Short could get out front and run very strong until around minute 14 or so, and I think that's when kind of the age starts to come into play here, and you're starting to see Thomas close that gap, and I think before this is over with, Forbes and Getz will start to close that gap as well on Andrew Short. So let's see if he can stick up there to the top 3. He got 4th yesterday. Let's hope that Andrew Short can hold on to the top 3 by the time the checker flag waves.
And I would like to just point out that was Shan Garcia who just called Andrew Short old and slow.
Hey. But right now, Shan, he is holding his own. He's keeping about the same amount of distance. Diesel Thomas trying to figure out every line to try to get by the old veteran.
Yeah, and you notice, JP, looks like he is following some of Andrew's lines because he's got to figure, look, this guy's making it work. What do I got to do to get around him? So going to follow him for a couple of laps, and it does look like he's trying to scope out his lines.
He's probably got 10, 20 plus thousand laps in his career. Who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say that'll add up to a lot of experience and a lot of know-how to get the job done. All right, here we go. He's going to come back up the hill out of that big sweeping left-hander. That is definitely a section of the track that is one of his strong points because, again, he's going to stretch out the gap a little bit down there. Little yo-yo battle back and forth here.
All right, they should be coming through that Texas 12-pack. And here comes Short wheeling, skimming the top of it, along with Diesel Thomas.
Yeah, we're at the halfway point.
Halfway point. Andrew probably goes, crap.
Well, guess what? The gap is back out over 2 seconds.
Man, it's just, Diesel Thomas is going, man, how does he keep going that fast?
All right, right now we're looking at the 43 of Cole Timbo up and over the top of that Dragon's Back, making a left-hand turn into the mechanics area as he chases down the 22 of Jonathan Getz. So Getz trying to stay ahead of Timbo. That right-left turn there, and then they're going to head down to that new double-down section. That is the battle right now for the 4th spot. Timbo working on the 22 of Getz. Coming up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And they got Cole Forbes right in front of them, too.
Diesel Thomas coming out of the Dunlop drop, almost drops it.
Ooh. Cannot
But
be
I
doing
mean,
that.
I saw his front tire move a little bit, then he corrected it. Boy, that was a little intense moment.
Well, you know
for
what?
me and him.
That inside line is getting deep, so if he just even turned that front tire a little bit too much, like you said, you watch the whole bike kind of get upset. Yeah, so right now you can tell the 524 is putting it all on the line because he's hanging it out.
You know what? There might be something wrong with his suspension. Diesel Thomas.
Could be.
I mean, if something happens to his rear shock, at the speed and the demand of this track, that could be a factor.
We'll have to keep an eye on that, JP.
Yes, sir.
Because you're right. At any point, that could happen. Mechanical failures do happen.
You know, beautiful,
Right.
beautiful sight right here. The FMF Power Wall, the House of Power. Go over to see our fine friend Kyle Dangler, my new mechanic.
Does Kyle know that?
Not yet.
Kyle, we got
Still-
some news for you, buddy.
Hey, still in negotiation. He would.
All right, so Shorty holding the lead. The gap is up to 2.3. He is inching away. He was about a quarter of a second faster that time around than Diesel Thomas. So right now, Diesel Thomas is looking at the possibility that he's going to have to settle for second here because Andrew Short does not look inclined to give up the lead. Cole Forbes, Jonathan Getz, Cole Timbo still third, fourth, and fifth. Jaden Stroh sixth, Kay Johnson seventh. Gavin Betts, Kay Groen, Anton Nordstrom going to round out your top 10 here for the Open A Pro Sport. And again, this is Moto 2 for the Open A Pro Sport. So as they run right now, even sitting with a 1-2, Thomas still has the championship in hand. Short and Forbes second and third in the overall picture, but we have another moto to run for the Open Pro Sport before we decide to give that away.
And at 1 o'clock today will be our 250 Pro Sport.
Yeah, love to see the three moto format for the pros, JP. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you make a little bobble in one and then you can make it up.
All right, right now we are looking over Andrew Short's shoulder as he heads down the Freestone Freeway. Let's take a look at the line choice here. So he enters on the inside, going to fade right out and hit that outside berm.
Hey, and get that, Jonathan. Diesel Thomas followed the same line, like you just said.
He's trying to figure out where this guy's putting time on him.
And I think he's losing his concentration by following him too much. Or
Well, you know,
looking at his line.
we hear a lot in the pros with the Supercross stuff. Sometimes you get behind a guy and you almost kind of get hypnotized. You fall into their pace instead of trying to charge around them. So maybe that's what's going on with Diesel right now.
Well,
Good guy to follow around, though.
Yep. You know, you can never pass anybody if you follow him. That's what I always tell Shan, because he's always behind me.
Well, another thing here is Andrew Short, if he wins this moto, he gets 5 points. Diesel Thomas will go 1-2 for 3 points. So Diesel Thomas realizes, from a mathematical standpoint, I've got this one in the bag. I don't need to try to chase down Andrew Short and have anything happen.
No, he doesn't have it in the bag until Moto 3, Shan.
That's right. We got one
He
more
has a
moto.
good shot at it.
Thank you for that interjection. Announcer extraordinaire.
Yeah, well,
Shane
guess
Garcia.
what? Yeah, guess what? The gap
AE.
is now 2.5. So Short is moving away. So I guess, again, I have to point out that was Shan saying that Diesel Thomas has given up. But I'll tell you what, this is a fabulous view of watching Andrew Short head down that double down section. You are watching an absolutely skilled rider doing what he does best. And just laying into those lines. Shorty making his way up into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. So working through here in the Open A Pro Sport, we're going to have the Micro Open 4 to 8 next off the gate. Micro Open 4 to 8 next off the gate. Women's plus 25, race 31 in staging. Race 32, Super Mini 1 down in pre-staging.
So Don, let me put a little emphasis on this calculation here. Diesel Thomas and Andrew Short are the top dogs in this class.
Oh, yeah.
This has been proven now 2 motos in a row here in the Open Pro Sport. Andrew Short goes out tomorrow and wins the moto again. That is 6 points. Diesel Thomas goes out and goes 2 tomorrow. That's 5 points. So
Oh, yeah.
I think Diesel Thomas probably checking up a little bit, going, hey, you know what? Mathematically, I'm ahead of Andrew Short here. I don't want to make a mistake. So we'll see how this plays out. But there's a 1 or 2 point cushion here for Diesel Thomas at the end of Sunday. So we'll see how this one goes. JP, where'd you go, buddy?
All right, so again, we're watching the riders pick their way through. Oh, one rider down in the middle there. Thomas on the 524. And yeah, they do that calculation sometimes in the head, like you say, Shan, you know, all right, well, I'm here, he's there. And maybe it's just the fact of, you know what, I got to push really hard and hang it out to get this guy, so I don't think I want to do that.
And Luke Navarre, and I saw Diesel Thomas's rear end kick out at what it appeared to be about 2.5, 3 feet.
Yep.
And, you know, you get a couple of those little things happen, you go, I better check up just a little bit.
No, maybe I might want to be a little more conservative.
Maybe I'm fine in second place
There you
here.
go.
Oh, he's closed in just a little bit here. We're going to go from 2.5 seconds.
Just a few tenths. He picked up a few tenths on him.
Sure.
Which, again, look at the lap time, 2:17.5 and 2:17.4.
Yep.
So it is a game of inches, Shan.
Hats off to the 42-year-old. Let's give a rundown here. Andrew Short, of course, out front. Diesel Thomas second. A great ride here by Jonathan Getz in third. Cole Timbo in fourth. Cole Forbes in fifth. Cade Johnson back there in sixth place out of Hideaway, Texas. Jaden Searles in seventh. Gavin Betts eighth. Nordstrom in ninth. 10th place, Bradley Williams. It's going to be Cade Groen, Gavin Templin, Owen Bill, Skylar Adams, and Cade Miller out your 15. Round out your 15. Just outside the top 15, it's Cameron Harrison, Brevin Wilson, Brian Medeiros. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to get it eventually. Tanner Paulson and Cody Thorne back there in 20th.
Hey, we're going to get you to be in New England.
Medeiros. Yeah, Medeiros. I need to get some hooked on phonics, I guess.
So looking at the overall picture right now, like I say, Diesel Thomas a 1-2, Shorty a 4-1. Timbo sitting on 5-4 scores right now. That would put him third in this overall picture. Johnson a 3-6. And I think that's where it starts to kind of get dicey, is that third step of the podium. That's getting really close. 9-9, 10-10, 11.
Yep.
You know, so that's where I think you're going to see the action.
Third place is up for grabs, but Diesel Thomas has a 2-point cushion. If the checkered flag waved right now, going into tomorrow's third Open A Pro Sport Moto. So Diesel Thomas collectively and calculating a solid second place moto here. And you got to just give it up to Andrew Short here. Don Collins, 42 years old, and making mincemeat of this Freestone County Raceway layout here.
And, you know, sometimes you have to think that one win would be enough to be, all right, yeah, I proved my point, you know?
Nope. Not enough for Andrew Short.
Well, it's going to feel good, though.
Sure.
And he's not going to get yelled at when he goes back to the pit.
By his wife and his son. Those pits are dangerous for Andrew Short. He's got a wife that rips on a bike. He's got a son that rips on a bike. So he's got to be on his P's and Q's here, Don.
And here he is, up and over the finish line jump.
You got to know he's trying to look over to see the white flag. He's hoping the white flag's coming out.
Yeah, because now we're down to 1.6, so this might be, well, like you said, Shan, when we get to these later part of the motos, it can start to wear on you.
It's around that 14-minute mark when you see any vet rider start to just finally kind of fade. Yeah, Diesel Thomas now closing in on Andrew Short, so...
And, hey, again, we may have just seen Diesel Thomas back it off a little to say, all right, I got to reset. Let me back down a little bit and see where this guy is fast. All right, now I know where I can charge. We may be seeing that, too.
Right now, Diesel Thomas is Cade Johnson's best friend, because if Diesel Thomas can get around Andrew Short's going to have 6 points, only 2 points out of third from Cade Johnson. So that gives Cade Johnson a little bit of hope here to end up with a third-place championship or second-place championship run by the end of the week here, Don. Forecasting some numbers here.
There you go. I'm going to have you pick some lottery tickets.
Well, I was a math magician. That's right. Check out the Area 51 Films XR Media drone here.
Yeah, following him down to the Blake Baggett berm. And here we go, coming into some lap traffic. So this could be a factor as well.
Diesel Thomas getting hungry here, Don. He is closed back in on Andrew Short as they launch off the number 8 ski jump into the Suzuki Sweeper, the lower Loop 270, the Valley of Love.
Yeah, Thomas starting to push, and
it looks like Andrew Short clearing a couple of the back markers relatively easy here. That's the best you can hope for, to not get any interference. Team cramp corner, double, triple out just before Cemetery Hill dawn.
And we are still in the race mode here. We're not going to see the white flag yet.
Andrew Short has opened it back up just a hair. From a 1.6 to 1.6, same thing.
All right, there you go. And again, look at that. 218.1 for Shorty, 218.1 for Diesel Thomas.
Unreal here.
All right, looking at the riders go through the mechanics area. The Diesel Thomas still trying to chase down the 29 ride. Andrew Short right in front of him. Getz continues in third. Cole Timbo and Kate Johnson fourth and fifth.
Back to that third place overall class point spread here. Johnson and Betts with 8 points. Cole Timbo with 9 points. Getz with 10. So you got 4 riders with a 2-point separation here, Don.
It's going to come down to who gets that final moto, the best score.
It's going to be a fun, interesting moto to watch and announce tomorrow, Don.
And here we go. Shorty back to the inside. And it's still about the same gap. And again, usually the right side of the track, Thomas is able to close up. This time around, Short maintains it.
I don't know that Jonathan Getz has what it takes here to really seal the deal and push Andrew Short into a situation. Otherwise, I think he would have already pulled the trigger and closed in on that rear fender. So I think if Andrew Short knows he's lasted this long, he's not going to make this easy for Diesel Thomas.
No, definitely not.
I think also it's race day number 2 here. So Andrew Short, if there was any kind of rust or anything yesterday, it's, hey, we're in the second set of motos.
Knock that right off.
Yep. The wily veteran. I love seeing it. 42 years old, Andrew Short. Incredible. This is a Mike Brown type performance here.
Yeah. And literally twice the age of Diesel Thomas.
Sure, and the rest of the field.
Not an exaggeration.
No. Solid ride here for Jonathan Getz on the Kawasaki. And how about Cole Timbo and Kate Johnson and Gavin Betts? 3 Yamahas back there at 4th, 5th, and 6th.
White flag is out. Shorty's just got to hang on one more time around.
And he has increased his lead by 0.2 of a second here, so 1.8.
He's doing work.
We will have to drink a beer with Andrew Short later tonight to celebrate for the Vets Unite.
Did we have any excuse that we would need to have for that?
No, we don't need excuse. Don, we'll celebrate Andrew anyway.
There you go. Well, right now, I'm sure he would like to celebrate a moto win because Diesel Thomas has not let him get too far away. It really has never been more than 2 seconds, maybe 2.2.
Yep.
And that's a testament to the veteran mindset. Doesn't get rattled. I'm just going to run my race. If you're going to make it, you're going to have to make it. You're on your own. I'm not going to give it to you.
And you know when he knows that? About 5 seconds before that gate drop, Andrew Short knows, I've got it. This is my, that's the mind. That's how you make a career in motocross.
Welcome to my house.
That's right. Welcome to my house. Exactly.
All right, they're going to make their way up through that double down section. Coming back to the inside, that big right hand shock sock sweeper and down the Freestone freeway. And looking over Diesel Thomas' shoulder, it is about the same distance up to Andrew Short. And just consistent, solid on those lines.
By both riders, by Short and Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what an excellent opportunity for Diesel Thomas to sit back there and learn and study and watch.
That's what I mean. That is, even if he's not going to get the win, he is going to win at least a chance to understand how the guy got around him, how he kept those lines ahead of him.
And he will go back to his pit knowing, okay, I just watched some really good riding by Andrew Short, and I've got a 2-point cushion going into the third moto. So really a heads-up ride after Diesel Thomas. As I said, Luke and I watched him kind of make a slight bobble that really could have went disastrous. So heads-up riding for Diesel Thomas to kind of check it back in and just maintain a second-place moto.
And here we go, Shand, over the Cemetery Hill step up and over the FMF Powerwall.
Wow.
Checkered flag and race win for the 29 Fly Racing Western Power Sports ride of Andrew Short.
Give it up for Father Time, Andrew Short, your second moto winner in the Open 8 Pro Sport. Diesel Thomas second. A hard-charging Kawasaki 22, Jonathan Getz. Here's the rundown. Getz in third. Cole Timbo in fourth. Kay Johnson fifth. Gavin Betts going to come across in sixth. Cole Forbes, Jaden Searles, Nordstrom, Bradley Williams, will round out your top 10. But, man, Andrew Short, I can't wait to hear this interview with Dean Diaz when Andrew Short, just a solid moto for the 42-year-old.
Yeah, what a great race, too. I mean, he has got to be pretty pumped. Diesel Thomas, like I said, he had a chance to take a master class in how to ride Freestone sitting behind the 29 of Andrew Short.
And before we hand this mic down to the podium, let's look at these points here. 8, 8, 9, and 10. Johnson, Betts, Timbo, and Getz. 2-point separation in the overall class results for the battle for third will come down to the wire tomorrow, Don. Dean, you got Andrew Short down there. We're going to pass it on down to you, Dean.
Yeah, absolutely. I got Shorty down here, man. I just seen your setup here. To see you up here in the Open Pro Sport, man, how's it feel?
It feels really good. I didn't expect to win that, so that exceeded my expectations. Diesel has been really fast. He flew by me yesterday. I wish I would have started a little better yesterday. I got a great start, but I went backwards. So I wish I would have had a little more speed at the beginning. That's what I tried to do today. Want to thank Fly Racing. They've been huge for my whole career, WPS. TJ's, KTM, the R&D department, Factory Connection, Dunlop, Scott Goggles, John Knoll. All those people have really helped me. And Derek Harris, HP, C Concepts, WP North America, Ryan, and Casey. So thank you guys, and hopefully I can finish strong. Hopefully it doesn't rain too much tomorrow.
Yeah, man, definitely you're a player now in there, getting it done. Looking fly out there, the Fly Racing Globe here. Andrew, pro on the track, pro on the podium. Love to see it, man. We do a little track prep up there in the station tower. I can't see what's.
All righty, thank you very much, Dean. Indeed, a little bit of track prep going to go on right now. As you can see, they're going to touch up some spots on the track here. They're going to put a little bit of water down, it looks like. All right, so it looks like we do have a little bit of touch-up going on out there. I see some of the dozers on the track. So it looks like that turn right before the mechanics area. Again, don't forget, folks, event T-shirts for the 2025 7MX James Stewart Spring Championship presented by Tamer down at the tower while supplies last. So get down there to get yourself an event T-shirt. And again, big thanks to the folks from Yamaha, the Blue Crew folks. Check out YamahaBlueCrew.com. Yamaha Motor Corporation is proud to continue their long history of supporting amateur motocross racing here in Texas. They have sent their Southeast National Trackside support team from Altus Motorsports to support all the Yamaha Blue Crew riders with technical assistance. If you need emergency parts support while you're here at Freestone, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to stop by and see Jordan Nasani and his team from Altus Motorsports. Also, stop by and check out their display of the 2025 YZs and go online to YamahaBlueCrew.com for all the information. And of course, all day, don't forget that hole-in-one challenge on the driving range down there. You can head over to the driving range and hit some balls down there. If you happen to knock down one of the targets there, you're going to end up with some cool stuff. We know we had a young man grab himself an OGL bag by hitting one of those targets yesterday, so head over to the driving range. And yeah, boy, the fishing tournament last night, the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament, it was a blast. Cameron, he's here with the Adrenaline Jerky folks. He took the big fish last night, and Riley had the small fish with 4 ounces. So it was a lot of fun over there at the big pond for the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. Malcolm bringing a jersey out for that too, and Cameron grabbing that as well. So it has been a lot of fun here, the nighttime events. Don't forget, we're going to have the Tamer 100% Dodgeball Tournament tonight, and they'll also be doing the Stasic racing tonight. So that'll be at conclusion of racing at about 6:30 p.m. They'll start that stuff. And once again, we need to send a shout out to the title sponsor, 7MX. Go check out all the new Zero, Rival, and Vox lines for their latest drop, showcasing innovative design and materials that push the limits of product performance. Head over to 7mx.com to explore both the youth and adult collections. And folks, don't forget, this week only, use code Freestone20 at checkout for 20% off on select styles. That is code Freestone20 at checkout. Make sure to take advantage of that limited time offer. It only lasts through Sunday, March 11th. And big thanks to the folks from 7MX, redefining limits. And of course, our presenting sponsor, Kevin over at the Tamer rig there, the original whole shot device, Tamer whole shot devices. Again, the WDS 2.0 has been fully redesigned. It offers no alignment issues, no keyways to get stuck or filled with sand. Just a 100% guaranteed way to make sure your device is going to latch correctly. And don't forget, folks, Tamer is the original inventor of the whole shot device. They hold the patent on both the front and rear whole shot devices, and they've been doing it for 25 years in the business, so they can guarantee they are the best. And like we say, numbers don't lie. At the Mini-O's this year, the amateur national championship percentage using the Tamer whole shot device was 64%. Works Connection only got 21% and Pro Taper 1.9%. So the lion's share of those championships went to riders using the Tamer whole shot device. So check them out. Go on Instagram at Tamer whole shot. Follow them on Facebook at Tamer MX, or head over to the Tamer rig and say hi to Kevin. And again, if you need some help putting that device on, they will be more than happy to make sure that you get that on there correctly. And again, big thanks to the folks at Tamer. And again, don't forget about the new Verb Moto Prospects app. Folks at Verb Moto have done it again, folks. If you haven't downloaded that app, get to the iOS store. You download that Verb Moto Prospects app, you're going to get a chance to see live timing from lapse times from all over the country, not just the one event. Of course, they'll have real-time results, upcoming events scheduled. You'll see national track maps, and they have a national rider ranking system that will automatically assign points. So for the first time ever, you can watch live timing from every race all in one spot on the Prospect app. Freestone is the first place they have launched this, so make sure you tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your mom's friends, tell your grandmother. Prospect by Verb Moto is now the spot that's going to allow you to follow the racing the way you want to. So Luke closing in on 11 o'clock here as we might be time to start sending people over to that concession area. Grab yourself something good to eat. I know we've been treated to some pretty good food here this week.
Yeah, this morning was incredible. They hooked us up and took care of us, and always a blessing to get to be in this position because they treat us like royalty, Don.
Love it.
Yep. So we got some fine dining over there in the concession area. So, yeah, I want to encourage you guys, go over there, make a stroll through the area, and show them guys a little love and let them love you right back by giving you a plate full of good old fine dining. A little bit of track maintenance right now. VMAC himself out here on the dozer, working the finish line face, cleaning it up. Nice to see Vernon here with us.
Yeah, first couple times in the dozer for Vernon, right?
Yeah. He's a newbie.
Only been doing it for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
You know. Brand new.
He is such a good dude, man. I just like the guy. I mean, his skills are incredible, but on top of that, he's just a good dude.
Yeah, there you go, doing the work on that finish line jump. And you can see they touched up a couple of other sections here. Getting things back in tip-top shape. Again, we don't want it to be smooth, but we do want it to be safe, and that's exactly what they're doing right there.
Well, with the Micro Open 4 to 8 guys coming out, I think they're going to be grateful that VMAC was out here taking care of some business.
Well, let's do a little rundown. This is who's going to be coming out in the Micro 8 4 to 8 Open. It's going to be the number 5 Cobra out of Loveland, Ohio, Riley Gall.
Out of Canyon, Texas, on the number 12 is going to be Bryson Smith.
The 14 from Ramona, California, the Cobra Ride of Landon LeBlanc.
Out of Choctaw, Oklahoma, on the 18, Wyatt Tedesco.
On the 21 from Sheridan, Arkansas, Ozzie Barbary Jr.
Out of Bonfield, Illinois, the 22 of Hudson Hinnick.
The 24 Cobra from Mooresville, Indiana, is Cole Jessup.
Out of Knox, Pennsylvania, it's going to be the 26 of Cade Schwartzfager.
The 36 from Adrian, Missouri, is the Cobra of Edwin Meyer.
Out of Utica, New York, the 49 of Indigo Spina Culp.
The 56 from Gatesville, Texas, Levi Morrell.
Out of Brooksville, Florida, the 92 of Ryden Williams.
The 96 from Elbert, Colorado, on a Cobra is Riker Fitch.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the 101 of Carter Reneker.
Coming to us from Weatherford, Texas, the Cobra Ride is the 115 of Logan Moore.
Making the short drive from Anaheim, California, the 297 of Ezra Ambrewster.
Out of Plant City, Florida, coming on the 360 Cobra, that is Brecken Talmadge.
Out of Solon, North Dakota, the 372 of Shaw Vanderberg.
From Blair, Nebraska, the 391 Gas Ride is Brody Jones.
Out of Bedford, VA, the 412 of Boone Lloyd.
On the 417 from Usk, Washington, that is going to be Riker Ward.
Out of Cypress Hills, Florida, the 418 of Caden Wood.
On the 619, Blaze Antoniak from Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Out of Odessa, Florida, the 630 of Grayson Clark.
From Birmingham, Alabama, S.J. Meadows, the 711 Cobra.
Out of Valencia, California, the 779 of Billy McLaughlin.
The 821 from Central City, Kentucky is Liam Shemwell.
And round on the field of Dixon, Tennessee, the 900 of Henry Manley.
That is the 28 entries here in the Micro Open. They're underway. The gate is down. Oh, we got to pile up in the turn. Who's going to come away with it? It looks like Edwin Meyer on the 36 going to grab the whole shot.
I think you're right. The rider out of Adrian, Missouri, out of the Show Me State, showing us some whole shot action.
Yeah, and a few riders tangling up at that first turn. Looks like everybody going to get up and away. Always glad to see that. Leaders to that double down section going to make their way to the left-hander, and we'll watch for him to pop back up into that Leonard Skinner oak tree turn. So leader's going to make the left hand 90. All right, looks like the 297 rider of Armbrust are trying to get to the front of the pack here. He's like about second right now. And it looks like that's going to be the 412 of Boone Lloyd taking that spot over after a little trouble for the rider that had the spot. So here comes your leader into number 6, going to make his way into that big shock sock sweeper. So Edwin Meyer making the most of that good start. The Game Moto, Cobra Motorcycles, Minton Cycles, PR2 Alpine Stars ride, trying to run away at the front.
Well, Don, they did a little track work here for these riders, but they're going through a part of the racetrack that's very challenging, and these guys carrying a truckload of speed down the hill. They're really cool watching these guys manual through those rollers.
Well, you know what's cool, Luke, is that now that there's been a few other bikes on the tracks, a few other races, they've opened up that section down there. Now you have way more line choices in there.
Yeah, it got pretty goat traily early on there, and then everybody just kind of had to filter out. Now the whole racetrack's available. The lines are opened up. Good stuff.
And we have got 28 riders out on the track here in the Micro Open. So
Yeah, good-looking gate.
And here we go, looking at your riders making their way through that big sweeping left-hand turn, the Loop 270.
Beautiful drone footage, letting us see how the track is materializing out there. A lot of those riders liking that tight inside still. They've been in favor in that for the most part today, Don.
Yeah, that line seems to be the primary line through that turn because it's going to be the fastest if you can lay into that inside rut. But you did notice on the outside there's still a bunch of real estate you can use.
Yes, there is. With these little bikes, for sure, they're going to be wired in their mind to take that tight inside because typically they're not hitting the big booters afterwards, and so they just kind of get programmed to run that tight inside. But it looks very smooth, and it looks like the right line for these guys to take as they charge through the Texas 12-pack, making their way up towards the finish line here. Still our race leader, the 36.
Yeah, they always tell the rider you got to try to shorten the track. You got to try to, get around as quick as you can. That's how you do it.
Absolutely.
So Meyer and Boone Lloyd 1 and 2. There's the 297 ride up in third. Ezra Armbruster. And it looks like it's going to be the 101 making the move to fourth. So Carter Renneker and Bryson Smith fourth and fifth. Riker Fitch in sixth. Caden Wood seventh. Riley Gall in eighth. And a little gap back to the battle for ninth. Ooh, almost side by side there. That is going to be the 49. Looks like going to hang out of Indigo Spinnacope. And Brody Jones, the other rider, duking for it there, Luke.
Well, that battle for ninth consists of about 7 bikes. They are all right there in a cluster. It's a gaggle of Cobras coming through.
And again, picking up your leaders as they head down that D double down section.
Ooh. Just won't call it the Don Double Down.
I'm working up to it slowly.
Well, he named a part of the racetrack for us here, and it just fits just right. But Don's so humble, he don't want to call it the Don Double Down, so he's easing into it slowly, trying to stay humble.
Oh, I'm not humble. I'm as egotistical as it comes. Ask my wife. All right, here we go. Going to look for him down that Dunlop drop. Again, following over the shoulder of the rider in the second spot.
Popping up over number 5, still the number 36 machine, Edwin Meyer, getting a little bit of breathing room over the rider in the number 2 spot of Boone Lloyd.
And Boone Lloyd's run at the front of the pack for us here a couple of times, so not surprised to see the 412 getting a good run at the front of the pack. So again, this is the Micro Open 4 to 8. Women's 25 plus is going to be next off the gate. Race 32, Super Mini 1, you should be in staging. Race 33, girls senior 11 to 16 in staging. And race 34, the college sportsmen 18 to 24, make your way to staging as well.
They make their way up over number 8, dropping down into the Loop 270 section of the racetrack. Still Meyer out front of Lloyd. Lloyd not losing a whole lot of ground. Lloyd had a little bit of a bobble over here just a minute ago and was able to find something because he closed that gap back up. Starting to fan out a little bit out there, taking some different lines. Really cool to see these riders now starting to look at the racetrack as a whole as they're making their way up to the FMF Powerwall. Be looking for these riders to be pounding their way through the Texas 12-pack here any second. Here they come. Here comes our race leader, the 36, Edwin Meyer, still holding on, but he is one roller away from Boone Lloyd. So Boone Lloyd keeping him honest.
Yeah, here we go into that switchback and up into the finish line jump.
Meyer went outside in and Lloyd went inside out, so I like that. These guys are looking at different parts of the racetrack.
And that's a great thing, too, about that switchback section because it does offer you, and that's a pretty evenly matched series.
That's hard to come by, to get something like that that's so evenly matched.
Yeah, usually when you have this type of a option section, one is always going to be better.
Yeah.
And that's not the case with this one.
Well, in this particular section, the dirt it moves so much that it changes from lap to lap. So one lap it might be a little hotter this way, and then the next lap it might be hotter that way. So you have to be aware. You got to be paying attention.
Yeah, definitely. So Edwin Meyer, Boone Lloyd, Ezra Armbruster, Carter Renneker, and Bryson Smith still running top 5 here. Riker Fitch, Caden Wood, Billy McLaughlin, Brody Jones, and Riley Gall rounding out your top 10 as we continue to click off the laps for the Micro Open 4 to 8.
Well, Renneker had a little bit of a hiccup out there. He went down and lost a few positions. Not sure how many he lost, but Renneker, he's going to be dropping out of that number 4 spot, dropping down the list a little ways. Okay, still have the 36 of Meyer out front, but nowhere to see. I don't see Boone Lloyd.
Yeah, it looks like he might have had a little trouble. Don't see yellow flags anywhere.
It looks like 297 of Armbruster going to move up into that number 2 spot.
Yeah, and this is a 4-lapper, so we're going past the halfway point for these riders now.
Well, last lap through, Meyer and Lloyd both turning 257s, but again, something's happened to Lloyd, so he's off the radar. Haven't seen him come through yet. So Armbruster moves up into that number 2 spot. He was 11 seconds back last time through, so right now that gives Edwin Meyer a lot of breathing room. But not going to cry wolf yet. We're just going to have to wait. Let's wait this one out, let it come to the checker flag, because we've watched him several times this weekend, Don, thinking, oh, he's got it. And anything can happen.
Oh, yeah. No, and never want to curse him like that. And it does look like the 412 is back up and running, but he looks like he might be around 7th or 8th. And again, we'll get a better count on that when they make their way back towards us.
Yeah, Eric with eScore does us wonders on helping us to stay on top of all that.
All right, here we are following your leader up and over the top of Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall. Nice launch to the downside of that little step
he sent
down.
it. Beautiful
That's
stuff.
Perfect. That's how you do it.
Yep. Landed nice and smooth out there as he works his way through the Texas 12-pack, through the VMAX switchback that VMAX just been working on here. White flag is out, Don.
There we go. We're going to follow him around one more time. Now let's pick up who's going to move to second as well.
Yeah,
so we'll
I think
have
it's
to
going
watch
to be
for that one.
Armbruster.
So right now, looking over the shoulder of your leader, heading over the top of the Dragon's back. Going to make the left-hand turn into the mechanics area.
Well, Armbruster does come across in the number 2 spot here.
So that's a 15-second gap now between first and second. So Meyer just needs to run this one home. Bryson Smith to third. All right, so your leader working through the D double down section.
Well, Don, there's a pretty good gap between first and second, so that gives me a little wiggle room to kind of step away from the race for just a second and ask you if you had a chance to try your adrenaline jerky.
Oh, it is delicious.
Oh, it'll make a puppy pull a freight train. Yes, sir.
Delicious. And let me go ahead and just say 2 words to you that should get you over there to the adrenaline jerky, folks. Bacon jerky.
Oh, I'm out.
Bacon jerky, folks.
Drop the mic and run. I'm out.
There you go. But yeah, big thanks to Adrenaline Jerky hooking us up here. And man, do yourself a favor, get yourself some of that over there at the Adrenaline Rig, because it is tasty. And their little boy Cameron, one heck of a good fisherman too.
Well, I guess he's a decent golfer.
Apparently, this kid's a multi-sport talent.
Winning all kinds of stuff here, so.
Oh, so unfortunately, we do still not see Boone Lloyd coming around, so it does look like something happened. Maybe a mechanical. Hopefully that is what it was.
Well, like you, I was looking for caution flags and didn't really see anything, so leaning towards the mechanical.
But again, looking over the shoulder of your leader as he heads to the inside of that off-camber, and then down the hill we go.
Got one down on the face of the finish here, but he's going to snatch that thing back up, remount, and ride away from the scene.
So I don't need no help, old man. Let me get this bike going.
These kids are tough, man, no doubt about it.
All right, here we go. Your leader, right, not quite the inside line there. Looks like, there you go, Luke. See, he has moved out to the next line over. So maybe that inside getting a little too rough for him.
Yep.
And very wisely just, you got 16 to choose from. Go ahead and move over one.
It's really cool. These kids are 4 to 8 years old and making those decisions out there on the racetrack. Of course, these guys are so advanced at what they do.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yep, but, that's a mature rider right there. That's for sure.
It is, yep.
You know when to not try to make the same thing work over and over if it isn't. So one more run through the Texas 12-pack, and it is going to be the race win here for the number 36. The Game Moto Cobra Motorcycles, Minton Cycles PR2 Alpine Stars ride.
And here he comes, Don. In through the VMAX switchback, the number 36, Edwin Meyer, going to take the checker flag. A little cross-up action. He's excited.
That's old school there, huh?
It was, yeah. That was kind of cool.
So it will be Armbruster, it looks like, holding on to the second spot. Again, about 15 seconds back. Bryson Smith, Riker Fitch, and Billy McLaughlin looking to be the riders that round out the top 5. Once again, folks, do need to remind you that you need to check the official posted results at the results board on the registration building for your official finish. The results you hear over the microphone are strictly unofficial. Some things can happen that change that, but we might not know about. So make sure you check the official posted results. And if you're in a division race, that's more important than ever. But now it's going to be more important to send it down to the victory podium because we've got one happy rider down there with Dean Dias. So, Dean, we'll send it to you.
I could tell the excitement as soon as he took off his helmet. Edwin Meyer, man, how'd that moto go from your eyes?
Oh, it was really good. I got the whole shot, figured out some even better lines than yesterday, and just held on to it.
Yeah, how is the track compared to yesterday right now?
Way better.
Yeah, you had fun out there, got a lot of traction?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, who gave you that traction? Who got you to the podium here in this one?
I want to thank my mom and dad, the good Lord for keeping me safe, the whole Game Moto team, Greg Albertson, GC, everybody at Cobra, Rob Mitten and his whole family, Alpine Stars for my boots, helmets, and goggles, FTA for my gear sets, Guts for my seat covers, Pirelli for my tires, 180 for my graphics, PR2 for my suspension, T-Rex for my throttles, cables, and clamps, ASV for my levers, and the whole track crew, the AMA. This place is the best.
All right, man, awesome job. Congratulations. Give it up to him, man. Get it done. Oh, that was our micro.
All righty, thank you, Dean.
On the track, Edwin Meyer getting it done. Take away the car, boy.
Thanks, Dean. Boy, that little boy knew exactly what he was getting sponsored and what parts they were for. So, man, take a lesson from that guy.
Absolutely. That's one of those things that gets overlooked sometimes. But make that kid marketable. Make your kid marketable by teaching him how to do what that little fella just did. That was beautiful.
You know,
Nice
the best
work,
trick
Matt
in the
Meyer.
book that I ever saw was the old Rock River Yamaha team. They had towels made up that had the Rock
Yeah.
River logo on one side and the sponsor list on the other, and they would
Hang it
drape
over
it
the
over the
bike.
seat.
Yeah.
So you saw the logo, and he could stand there and read the sponsor. So that was not a bad way to go
Not
either.
at all. Not at all.
All right, we got the women's plus 25 going to be coming off the gate next year. We got 5 riders going to be lined up, and Luke, this is who's coming out. It's going to be the number 5, the Kawasaki from Kemper, Texas. That's Kyla Popke.
Out of Mesquite, California, the 19 of Brooke Whipple.
The 98, the Kawasaki ride from just down the road in Waco, Texas, Chrissy McCourt.
And out of Kemp, Texas, the local gal here, the 257, Alex Clark.
And riding out of Big Sky, Montana on the 701 Honda, Tressa Rao. So that is the riders going to be coming out in the women's plus 25. Looks like we have a 2-card man down on the start straight now.
Yeah, he's got the
There you
fist
go.
bump.
Let's see that move there, sir.
Yeah,
All right, here we go. 2 cards up.
Oh,
there we
he's
go.
shaking it. Stop.
That's going to be
please.
distracting. Here we go. The huddle shuffle there. All right, here we go. Yeah. And that looks like it's going to be the Kawasaki ride of Brooke Whipple. Going to grab that Tamer hole shot. Tressa Rao in the second spot on the 701. And riders making their way through that turn right after the mechanics area, as you see over the shoulder here. And it looks like it's going to be the 257 ride, the factory speed FMF Underground MX ride, Lexi Clark with the 3rd spot right now.
So the women's vet class, the 25-plus gals, most of these gals have been running this Texas Winter Series, and they have had an absolute blast running around encouraging each other, and it's just been fun to watch them because they truly do want the other ones to do well. If the other one does better than them, they're truly happy for them, or at least they put on a good front.
Well, you know, when you run all the time, you race all the time with folks, you do get that sort of camaraderie, and yeah, you want to beat the person, but it is nice when you have a good time out there with the people you ride with all the time. And Brooke Whipple doing the work early here as she heads up into that shock sock sweeper.
Yeah, Brooke Whipple got the Cowie headed down the hill there, and she is flat cruising. There comes Tressa Rao right out of Big Sky, Montana.
Yeah, looking over shoulder there of Tressa Rao as she heads down the Freestone Freeway.
Uh-oh, Lexi stalls it. No, that wasn't Lexi. That was the...
Oh. Well, we'll see. That'll all come out in the wash. That might have been Chrissy McCourt. So we'll see. So again, looking at the overhead shot here as you watch your riders make their way down the hill to the big loop 270. And heading out on the outside line there, that's Tressa Rao working the midline through that Suzuki sweeper. So again, the high line overhead shot there, you get a chance to see the landscape here at the Miller family ranch here, the Freestone County Raceway. As we see
Brooke Whipple over the FMF Powerwall into the 12-pack, pounding that Cowie through there. Going to go outside in here to come across with the green flag. Out front, they put their age beside these riders' names, but I'm not going to mention it.
No, there's no reason for that. All right, so this is the women's plus 25. The Super Mini 1, race 32 is next off the gate. Girls senior 11 to 16, race 33 is in staging. Race 34, college sportsmen, you should be in staging, and we need the Schoolboy 1, 12 to 17, race number 35. Make your way down to the staging area as well.
Dawn, I lied just a little bit. I said I wasn't going to say their names. Tressa Rao, she is out there, and she's 51 years old, and she is proud to be out there at 51, competing at the level that she does.
51 years young.
51, that's what I was said. That's exactly what I said.
Gotta watch how you toss around that O word.
So the 123 makes her way across. That's going to be Samantha Brown.
Oh, there you go. So that was who we were looking at over there.
Yep.
Must have been a late entry there.
Glad that they're out there mixing it up in this 25-plus women's. Whipple out front with Rao in the number 2 spot. Lex Clark there in 3rd, and then Samantha Brown comes across in 4th.
Yeah, we're following Brooke Whipple through the inside here. And again, you notice she's setting up way to the inside on that sweeper and then going inside on the Freestone Freeway. So just like we were talking about earlier, that line on the inside of that has opened up now.
Did you see how smooth it was as she was going down the hill there by the Kawasaki banner?
Yeah.
That was a really smooth line she found there. Good stuff.
Yep, so she realized, I think, that last lap, you know what? That looks a whole lot better to me over there.
Well, Brooke's been around this sport for a while. She's one of these vet riders that has been around for a while, but she's rode at an upper level for a pretty good while in the sport, so she has the ability to process the track at pace, and so it was a really cool find for her to get over there and find that smooth line.
And following her through that outside line in the Loop 270.
She's
so
all
again,
over the place.
Changing up the lines. That's always good to see. Whoa, look, the foot got blown off the peg there.
Sent a little mud up to the drone there. The drone's going to have to pull a tear off.
Telling you right now, if we can design a roll-off system for a drone, we'll be millionaires, Luke. Millionaires. All right, making the charge up the hill, the 19 Kawasaki ride. The Thor Scott Motorsports Works Connection Fusion Graphics Showy Helmet House ride.
A little off screen, but it looks like Samantha Brown is caught back up to Lex Clark.
Yeah.
They got a battle going on.
Look at that. She's going to pull alongside. They're going to go side by side down the Freestone Freeway. And here is your leader up and over the finish line jump. And this is going to be a 6-lap moto, so still plenty of time here.
Got a pretty good battle going on between Chrissy McCourt and Kayla Popka right now as they come across the finish line. Nose to tail there. Swapping paint in every other corner. McCourt running in 5th. Popka in 6th there. Looking around the racetrack here, looking for Brooke Whipple. There she is. Headed down to the double down section of the racetrack. There's Tressa Rao coming over the finish. Brooke Whipple headed up the hill towards the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. Going to turn into that right-hander there, drop that Cowie over. Just dragging foot peg through that right-hand corner. Down the hill she goes. Justin Rao running on. He's being the good mechanic. Justin stays busy. He's got Mama out there, Tressa racing, and then, of course, Jet Rao as well. So Justin stays busy. There she goes, Brooke Whipple dropping down the hill again, taking that inside line that we were talking about a while ago. Again, the track has just really opened up nicely, and she searched around and found some smooth stuff. Here comes Lex Clark out front of Samantha Brown again. So Samantha caught her, passed her first early on, and then had some issues, and then caught her and passed her again, and I'm guessing she's had some issues again, or Lex said, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'm just going to stay in front of you.
Well, that's always fun. It's a good battle to have back and forth like that. It gives you that motivation.
Well, we got a couple of those going on. Again, we got Chrissy McCourt and Kayla Papka out there doing the same thing, just duking it out. Well, 31 on the track, 32 on the gate, 33 in staging. Super Mini 1, 12-15 on the starting line right now. And here comes Brooke Whipple into the FMF Powerwall. Charging into the 12-pack. Up over the finish line. She looks over, hoping, I think, to take a white flag from Calvin Kinney, but he was just clapping for her. So a word of encouragement from Calvin Kinney to her, just you got a few more laps, sweetie. Right-hand corner, turn number 3. And
it's a better location for the mechanics to just go right over there. Look at this
battle again. Look at that.
That is what you call a Velcro battle, because they just can't seem to.
Right. Lex going to sweep the outside.
Yeah, Lexi was smart to go to the outside there and change up the lines to get a little bit of clear air.
What a great race. And they may not be the two fastest gals out there, but the level of competition that they got going on right now and what's going on inside the helmet, it's next level.
They're probably having the most fun for sure.
Absolutely. And Lex has come so far. Just watching her the last year or two, she's just really new, getting into moto in her 30s, and it's been fun watching her. Brooke Whipple dropping down the hill into the Blake Baggett berm there, headed up towards the Texas 3-step. She's got that Cowie on the header.
So again, this is the Women's 5. We've got Super Mini 1 next off the gate. And she's got that attack position going on.
Coming across the finish line, Brooke Whipple taking lap number 4 there. Clicking off a 2:45 that time by. So it looks like she's kind of in cruise control mode now with that big margin she's got. She's got her and Kayla Papke had a pretty good battle going on there, but they've kind of gapped them.
So again, looking at Brooke Whipple working down to the end of that D double down section. Back up into the inside, going to head to that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
All I know is I'm really excited to see these riders come to the Shock Sock Sweeper, because we got to know that they're going to be side by side, like you said, Velcroed together. If they're not, I'm going to be a little disappointed.
You might be getting ready to be disappointed.
I think so. It looks like.
She's got herself a little more of a gap. Oh, she slides at the end of that turn. Knocks into the FMF top block. That's going to let Lexi move up a little bit. As Whipple going to work through on the inside.
Now see that the fact that Miss Whipple's been using that inside, it's worked out great for her right now, because most of the other riders are taking the outside, so she didn't get hung up as she was trying to make the move around.
So again, Whipple just continues to lay down the quick laps here on her way down the hill to the big Suzuki sweeper. Camber, and then back down to the team cramp corner. Up and over the top of the FMF Powerwall for your leader here on the 19 Kawasaki, and guess what? The white flag going to be waiting for her here over the finish line jump, so we've got one more time around.
Like a crazy long moto, but 6 laps out here on this that's a pretty long moto for these gals. For a lot of these gals, they've never ran that long. So that white flag can be the wind in your sails to just encourage you to make it that next lap. There's Lex coming across on the 257.
Looking at Whipple working through, heading down to the Don's double down section.
.31 on the track, 32 on the gate, 33 in staging. Papke making her way down the hill into the black at the left-hander. Looks like that battle between her and Chrissy McCourt has kind of mellowed. And now it looks like everybody's kind of got the she has backed off a little bit. But three-step. Last time through, Brooke Whipple had Tressa Rao coming across, seeing that white flag, probably not too sad to see it. Uh-oh, look. Didn't realize it. Samantha Brown was
here right now. She's doing a little bit of scouting.
And we don't like our riders hitting the deck either.
And there we go. The checkered flag comes out. The race win here in the women's plus 25, the 19 Kawasaki out of Mesquite, California. Brooke Whipple going to take the win. Looking for Tressa Rao, the 701. The Rao Designs, Let's Ride, Sofa Brand Gear, and Rebel Fitness Ride to take second. She's been very solid and consistent all the way through. Samantha Brown, Lexi Clark, and Chrissy McCourt looking to round out your top 5 here. And it looks like we're going to get Brooke down there on the podium. Going to pop that helmet off. We'll give Brooke a moment to get situated. And get ready now to send it down as we get ready to talk to our winner here in the plus 25.
Yeah, guys, I'm up here with Brooke Whipple to get it done there in that women's 25-plus class. Brookie doing it like a pro. Got to get the hat, get the goggles around the neck. Brooke, walk me through that moto. How'd it go for you?
It went all right. Probably my best riding yet this week. I've been struggling a little, but track was good, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it looked like you enjoyed it out there. Are you riding any other women's classes this week?
Not this week. Thought about it, a little out of shape, need a little more, but I'm doing 25 plus and 30 plus, and then this one, and that's it for this week.
Awesome. Well, I know you got a lot of people helping you. Tell me who's in your corner.
Yeah, of course, my mom, my grandma, Cody, the Lord, of course, my sister, my grandpa, Helmet House, Shoei, Scott, Tagger, Motorsport, Pro Circuit, Works Connection, SDI, Flow, CTI, DBK, Fusion Graphics, and of course Thor, Works Connection, and anybody else I might have forgot. There's a lot more people than just that, but those are the ones I can remember.
Absolutely. Well, give it up to Brooke Whipple. Guess what, Shan? She didn't come to on the podium. Let's take it away.
I'll be up there later, Shan.
She's not leaving you hanging. How's it looking up there in the State Tower, boys?
All righty, thank you, Dean. We're underway with the Super Mini 1, and it's the 877 Monster Energy Kawasaki ride of Ryder Ellis grabbing the whole shot and dropping back into second, as it looks like it's going to be the 36 taking over the lead. So Reese Seba looking to move to the front of the pack here. And Brody Moss going to move up to third on the 710. And here we go, looking for the battle of the top three, going to make their way back up into the top of the Cemetery Hill step.
Front 877 in the number 2 spot, 35 now in third with the 710 in fourth. Seba, Ellis, Pappas, Moss, Brown, Brousher is how they come across top six. Followed by Timmerman, Pine, and Diaz, and Unknown there in the number 10 spot.
Mr. X. Yeah, so Darren Pine in the 8th spot there on the 58 gas. We'll have to see if he can go to work. Definitely did not get the start he was looking for here in Super Mini 1. And again, another thing to remember is that Pine really is still on the road to recovery here after he broke his femur earlier. So he is still recovering, getting back into tip-top race shape. So we'll see. Not surprised to see Darren Pine having to do a little bit of work. Like I said, he's coming off of that broken femur.
I visited him with him down there on the podium. Final moto of the day.
That's it. How do you like that jersey you had on?
Well, you know, I almost died putting that on and taking it off as a youth medium, and I've got a bourbon belly.
You're not a youth medium.
I'm not a youth medium, but it was funny. I had to have Dean help me pull it off. How about Reese Seba out there leading Ryder Ellis, and here comes Dane Pappas.
Yeah, Dane Pappas made a challenge on Ellis in that Blake Baggett berm. He went outside, almost got him. So look at this breakneck speed, the top three down to the big Suzuki sweeper. Back here, get himself some clear track behind him.
Big shout out to XR Media and Area 51.
All right, here we go up the hill. We're going to come up to that FMF power wall. And here we go down into the Texas 12-pack. So there it is, Reese Seba, the 877 Ryder Ellis. And it's still Dane Pappas, Brody Moss, third and fourth. And now we're starting to bunch up fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. So that's Brown, Bauscher, Temmerman, and Darren Pine.
Don, Brody Moss, the 710, just on the gas, just went through that Texas 12-pack, and he was manualing through all of